Warden Danielson, the meeting is now live. The January 17th special meeting of Haliburton County Council is now in session. Warden Danielson presiding.
Thank you. Just a few comments before we take a roll call. This meeting has been a long time coming. A lot of hard work, money, and angst has gone into the process. We've heard from many voices, loud and strong, coming at us with vastly differing perspectives. Some voices of solid reason, some self-serving, some passionate, and some threatening. And I know it's been difficult for some of you wading through all of the rhetoric and differing views while we try to find a balance in a process that isn't considered too prescriptive for small projects. We've invested a lot of taxpayers' money on the project and everyone's time. Despite differing opinions and pressures, it is my hope that we can land on reasonable options to be included. I realize that we will all have to give a little bit and compromise if we're to see this move forward in any form. I know I've said I hope to see something passed as early as February, and I realize that might have been a little bit ambitious. Whether we pass this bylaw over the next few weeks or months or not, I think we've all heard loud and clear that we need to put some effort into education, as it's clear that many taxpayers still don't understand the full intent of the bylaw, its actual contents, what will require a permit or not, or that what is already in place is protected. Nor do some of our residents know what might be the best approach to restoration, and should they wish to undertake that. We also need to talk about the idea of incentives and ensure that we're all continuing with and improving our septic inspection programs, as this has been reiterated over and over during this process. This isn't about little projects like replanting or expanding a small flower garden or fixing up an existing walkway or structure. It's about extensive excavation, blasting, clear cutting, and massive earthworks and significant changes to the waterfront. But for now, we're going to hear from our consultants and work through the recommendations that they've made. We did require a neutral voice and one with the necessary expertise, and they've helped us get to this point. So with those comments made, I would ask you to take a roll call, please.
Warden Danielson.
Present.
Councillor Moffat. Present. Councillor Roberts.
Present.
Councillor Kennedy.
Present.
Councillor Burton.
Present.
Councillor Ryle.
Present.
Councillor DeVolin.
Present.
Councillor Shell.
Present.
Thank you.
Could I have a mover and a seconder to adopt the agenda, please? Councillor DeVolin and Councillor Burton.
Moved by Councillor DeVolin, second by Councillor Burton. Be it resolved that the agenda for the January 17th, 2022 special meeting of Haliburton County Council be hereby approved.
All in favor? That's carried. Is there any notice of pecuniary interest or general nature thereof today? Hearing none. Guess we could ask our consultants to join us. Good morning, gentlemen, and welcome to Jason Farragon from J.L. Richards and Brent Parsons from Hutchinson Environmental Services. With us today, we also have Steve Stone, our Director of Planning. Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning, Warden, members of Council. Happy New Year. We're very happy to be here with you this morning and look forward to the opportunity to continue the conversation around this very important project for the county.
As do we. Thanks, Jason. So I will turn the floor over to you. You have a presentation to make.
Yes, well, thank you very much for that, Madam Warden. Mike, if I could ask if you could pull the presentation up quickly, please. Thank you. So as I mentioned, Brent and I are very happy to be here with County Council this morning as representatives from our two companies, J.L. Richards and Associates and Hutchinson Environmental Sciences Limited, and to continue the good discussion that we've been having with County Council since coming on board last year to talk about, as Warden Danielson mentioned, our recommendations for the shoreline preservation bylaw. So what we have this morning is a very brief presentation that we would like to walk through, if it pleases County Council, just to sort of a refresher on where we started, some key conclusions that we came to throughout the duration of our independent review, and then what we propose to do. I believe the term that was used at the last County Council meeting was a sort of a line-by-line review of the bylaw to ensure that County Council has had an opportunity to sort of fully consider the relevant aspects of the bylaw prior to making any decision. So what we propose to do is to take County Council through almost a section by section review of the bylaw, if you will, and we'll sort of be pausing in sort of key moments to facilitate both discussion and take comments and questions. So if you're comfortable with that approach, Madam Warden, then perhaps what I can do is just sort of continue, and we can jump into the presentation and then get into the discussion.
Carry on.
Thank you very much. Mike, next slide, please. So in the next few minutes, then, what we'd like to do is just sort of walk through, I think, probably the first 4 points, which are illustrated here on the slide. So recapping what the assignment and approach was, the mandate that had been given to us by County Council, if you will. We'll touch on the key findings that Brent and his team came to with respect to buffer depths. Expect that will come up in the conversation today. So just wanting to sort of revisit some of the good work that Brent and his team has done and the key recommendations coming from that aspect of the review. From there, we'll jump into some of the key findings that JLR has made, both in phase 1 and 2 of the process, looking at opportunities both to improve the previous draft bylaw that County Council had before it for consideration, as well as recommended options for the new bylaw, which we addressed in phase 2 of our work program. And then, as I sort of said, we'll pause from there with that basis of information in place. We'll then go through the section by section review of the bylaw, and then obviously wrap up in next steps. So next slide, Mike, please. So County Council will certainly recall, and for members of the public that are watching the video both today and later tonight, so J.L. Richards and Associates and Hutchinson Environmental Sciences were retained by the county to provide an independent and objective review on the county's emerging approach to shoreline preservation. And we did that, the mandate from council was to do that in a way that was very open, that was very transparent, and that was very collaborative in the sense of going out within the community to solicit both resident and stakeholder feedback and opinion. And what this slide is showing, and County Council has seen this slide many times before, but the sort of approach that we've taken to our assignment. So we generally divided the assignment up into 2 phases. The first phase was sort of obviously the project startup phase, and the second was really what we call the understanding and directions phase. So what we did in that phase was really just wrap our arms and our heads around the nature of the issues and the opportunities and constraints with respect to shoreline preservation in the county, and then provided County Council with some recommendations on how it could proceed with key elements within that new shoreline bylaw. So on October 27th, we had presented our recommendations to County Council, and at that time, County Council had decided to sort of pause the conversation in order to allow itself additional time to reflect and consider, I think, some of the information and some of the recommendations that we were providing. So we are at officially task 13. I just mentioned that because I had forgot to highlight that on the slide itself. Mike, if we can go to the next slide, please. So that was the process. And now let's look at some of the recommendations. And maybe what I'll do is I'll turn it over to my colleague, Brent, to walk us through the scientific literature review and some of the recommendations that they've made as a result of that review. Brent?
Jason, and good morning, everybody. I think a lot of these findings are probably somewhat familiar to people based on report review and previous presentations, but we're just going to summarize them here again so that things are fresh to provide a basis for future discussion later today. So in review, shorelines are highly productive and sensitive biological hotspots, really, that provide many ecological services. And we know that development on shorelines can degrade those environments and lake health ultimately. So as part of the project, we completed a literature review of 46 peer-reviewed scientific papers, and we consulted with 6 North American experts, and we summarized ecological benefits associated with different buffer sizes. The key findings are in front of you here. At less than 5 meters, we noted, actually at 3 meters, we noted that buffers are 50% effective at nitrogen removal. Nitrogen removal is important as nitrogen can lead to nutrient enrichment and growth of plants and algae. But I do note that phosphorus is the other nutrient that's typically looked at during lake management, and phosphorus is the one that generally limits plant and algae growth. At 10 meters, we noted that there's 65% removal of sediment. Removal of sediment is important to prevent loading of nutrients and contaminants that affix to those solids. It's important to prevent covering of spawning grounds for fish and the entrainment of solids in fish gills or smothering of benthic invertebrates. We noted that 10 meters also provides 40 to 60% of large woody debris input, and that's a positive thing. Woody debris is important as it provides shelter and spawning habitat for aquatic biota, such as fish and benthic invertebrates. It promotes periphyton growth, which is a type of algae, and ultimately forms the basis for aquatic food webs. At 15 meters, we noted that the buffer provides 60 to 85% of particulate organic matter. It's an important food source for filter feeding animals, and it's part of the carbon cycle, the natural carbon cycle in lakes. And at 15 meters, we also noted a summary finding from a paper that looked at a whole bunch of other papers. And that summary finding was that 15 meters was the minimum buffer size, which was sufficient for the protection of chemical and physical components of aquatic systems. And then at 20 meters, we noted that removal of sediment, which we noted was 65% at 10 meters, bumps up to 85% at 20 meters. Next slide, please, Mike. So at 30 meters, we noted that it was the minimum sufficient for protection of biological components of aquatic systems. I guess I should go through one by one. At 30 meters, we noted there's up to 85% reduction of pollutants. I talked about sediments and nutrients, and everybody knows about pesticides. There's 85% removal of sediment, which I discussed. At 28 meters, research noted that there's 75% reduction of nitrogen, which we noted back on the previous slide. And actually at 30 meters, we noted that there was 100% of the large woody debris makes its way into the water course. We also found results related to water temperature and the moderating effect that buffers provide. And at greater than 20 meters, those buffers maintain water temperatures within 2 degrees of actually a fully natural buffered watershed. I think the big finding was, again, a part of a summary of a review paper. And that was that 30 meters was the minimum buffer size, which is sufficient for the protection of biological components of aquatic systems. And it was also the average single recommendation for the protection of water quality. Again, another summary paper that looked at a number of other papers.
There's nothing there.
Also note that the provincial government also recommends 30 meters as a buffer size. They provide that guidance through the National Heritage Reference Manual, which is authored by what is now known as the Ministry of Northern Development, Mines, Natural Resources, and Forestry. It's also recommended by the province through the Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks in their guide to development on inland lakes. And it's also embedded in a variety of other policies, such as the Greenbelt Plan, the Oak Ridges Moraine Plan, and the Lake Simcoe Protection Plan. We also noted that it aligns with the Haliburton County's requirements related to policy 5.3.6.2 in that the county requires the retention of natural vegetation, including trees, in the full 30-meter setback from the high water mark of a body of water, and that development and site alteration, including septic systems, set back a minimum of 30 meters. So there's a lot of signs point in the direction of 30 meters, and I think a lot of times the discussion goes to is 30 meters or less, right? But there's actually a lot of literature out there that recommends greater than 30 meters, especially when it comes to biological considerations. A 50-meter buffer beyond the core habitat for amphibians and turtles is often required or suggested in the literature. At 40 meters, we noted that 100% of the particulate organic matter makes its way to the water body. Diversity and abundance of benthic macroinvertebrate and fish communities are similar in the nearshore environments when buffers are greater than 30 meters, as they are in a fully forested watershed. And we noted that the average single recommendation for the protection of habitat was actually 50 meters. Again, coming back to more of a habitat-based look at of the ecological function of shoreline buffers. So those are our key findings on buffer depths related to each size that was noted in the literature. But I'm happy to discuss our findings or potential limitations or anything with council as we move forward.
I'm not sure exactly what approach we should take because we've got a number of decisions to make. I was thinking maybe if you could go through your initial presentation and then we would approach each recommendation individually. Does that sound reasonable to council? So if you want to carry on.
Okay, well, thank you for that, Madam Warden. So Mike, perhaps then we'll just jump to the next slide, please. So Brent provided, I think, a really great overview on some of the sort of the results of the key research as it relates to sort of buffer depths. And at the same time that Hutchinson was undertaking their work, J.L. Richards and Associates was taking a deep dive into the draft bylaw, if you will, going through that bylaw, looking at how the bylaw related to both provincial, county, and local planning policies, looking at how the bylaw related to other precedents within the province of Ontario, and obviously, as I sort of mentioned at the outset of my introductory comments, consulting with members of the public and consulting with stakeholders on the previous draft proposed bylaw. And what council will recall is that at the end of our background research, we had brought a report forward to council, and as part of that report, we had recommended the 9 opportunities for improvement, if you will, to the previous draft bylaw, which are listed here on this slide. So just to go through them quickly, we had identified an opportunity to create, firstly, a plainer language bylaw. We saw an opportunity, secondly, to align the shoreline preservation bylaw with, in effect, land use planning policy, thinking specifically about the county's official plan as well as the official plans that are in effect within the 4 lower tier municipalities. By doing in achieving a better alignment, we did see an opportunity to create what we're describing as a consistent area of application. So when thinking about shoreline preservation, were we talking about lakes, rivers, and streams? Were we also talking about ponds? That was an example of the type of thinking that laid behind that opportunity for improvement. We also saw an opportunity to harmonize to the extent possible with local planning requirements. So thinking about things again, like local zoning bylaws, minor variances, and site plans where they are used. We did see an opportunity for the bylaw, recognizing that the bylaw is taking a uniform standard approach. We did see an opportunity to recognize and provide flexibility for the varied site conditions that do exist within the county, similar to the flexibility that is provided again within the zoning bylaws at the lower tier level within the county. We saw an opportunity to use performance-based standards where they were appropriate instead of some very prescriptive standards that were included within the former draft bylaw. We did see an opportunity to review and streamline the application requirements, both in terms of the information that would be required in order to achieve a complete application under the bylaw, as well as the conditions of approval as well. We saw an opportunity to broaden the matters that could be referred to County Council for consideration, understanding that County Council, I think we had this discussion around all matters coming forward to County Council, although we did see an opportunity in instances where there was a dispute to broaden the range of matters that could be referred back to County Council for consideration. And then the previous draft bylaw was silent on transition, and we did see an opportunity to create a transition framework, which you would typically see in any new regulatory sort of approach, which would provide both the market and the county with an opportunity to migrate towards the new standards as each the private marketplace as well as the county became familiar with the requirements and the implementation of same. So that was the ninth improvement or opportunity for improvement, that we saw within the bylaw. Mike, the next slide, please. So when we had presented those recommendations, I think the feedback that we had received from County Council at the time was an openness to and a desire to learn more around what those opportunities for improvement could look like. And in the second sort of phase of the work, we then explored those opportunities further. And when we spoke with County Council in October of last year, this slide summarizes just some of the recommended options that we had made at the time. So as the warden alluded to, lots of public policy decisions to be made today. So the first one was on buffer depth, and in the bylaw, as Brent had indicated, both given the ecological services, the range of ecological services that a 30-meter buffer provides, and in consideration of the existing in effect policy that is in the county today, we're recommending a 30-meter buffer be used within the shoreline preservation bylaw. We went back and we looked at the areas of applications and came back with a recommendation that the bylaw do apply to all lakes, rivers, and streams within the county, as well as ponds and other natural features. And so those provisions have been built into the bylaw that County Council has before it for consideration. We did broaden the matters that could be referred to County Council for consideration. So those would include instances where the director does not make a decision on an application for a shoreline preservation permit. If there was some sort of dispute within the approval process itself, for example, a dispute around a condition of approval, if an applicant felt that the condition was too onerous, the draft bylaw that County Council has before it provides an opportunity for County Council to weigh in on that question, if you will. And then lastly, if a permit is refused, an applicant would have the ability to sort of refer that to County Council for further consideration. And then thinking about transition and matters of transition, there was various options that we looked at in terms of transition. So do you allow the bylaw to come in effect over time? Do you apply it to certain geographies and then change those geographies over time? Or do you use an application-based process in order to achieve that transition? And talking with staff and talking with stakeholders and looking at some other examples in Ontario, ultimately we recommended that County Council rely on an application-based approach in order to achieve transition from the standards that are in effect today to preserve shorelines and trees within shoreline areas across the county to this new model, which would include both trees and site alteration. So those were some of the recommendations that we were presenting to County Council for its consideration when we last met in October. And with that, Madam Chair, that sort of concludes the recap of kind of where we have been, I think, collectively as a team. The next section of the presentation will dive into the sections of the bylaw. And so I'd sort of like to pause now and give you an opportunity to, if you would like to wade in terms of questions on any of these matters, we'd be certainly happy to take them. If you'd like to do this within the context of the draft bylaw, we're happy to begin the section by section review as well, and we can raise those questions through that review process.
So I'd ask council what their preference is. We can look at these recommended options and see if we can work our way through them, or would you like to do a line by line through the bylaw first? I was thinking that it might help to look at these recommended options, and then we'd know what's to be included in the line by line. Councillor Moffat.
Thank you. I have extensive notes, but I have them organized in two different ways. So I put notes in these recommended options, but they're also in the line by line. So I'd personally be happier with the line by line because I have, as I say, extensive notes. And I do feel that for me, until a number of questions are answered, or clarified, I will be unable to make decisions on a couple of these things. So I'd rather go through it and then circle back to the options at the end, if that makes sense. That's my preference.
Can we, Councillor Shell?
I was going to comment the same thing. We've taken this day, we've set it aside. I think it would be worthwhile to do line by line so that we all have an understanding and the information's before us.
Okay, line by line review it is. So back to you, Jason, and or Brent.
Well, thank you, Madam Warden. So with that, Mike, maybe we can jump to the next slide, please. Okay, so, and you'll forgive me. So what I've done now is I've split my 13-inch laptop screen. So I have my bylaw on the left and the presentation on the right. And so what we're going to do now is go through the bylaw itself on a section by section basis. So as County Council will notice, I think before we move to section 2, the preamble section of the bylaw has been reduced, I think, significantly from the previous draft that you had before you for consideration. The only thing that I do want to point out for County Council's information on the final whereas statement, in terms of the objectives that County Council is hoping to achieve through the implementation of this bylaw, those objectives are taken directly from the county's official plan. So this is one small attempt to align the shoreline preservation bylaw with the in effect planning policies that you have. So I just wanted to indicate that for County Council's benefit. Probably obviously the first section that we should begin with then is section 2 of the bylaw, and section 2 is essentially sort of saying, okay, where does the bylaw apply? And what we're recommending is that the bylaw. Yes,
sorry,
Madam
sorry to interrupt. I just think there might be a question on the introduction section. Councillor Moffat.
Yeah, thank you. The section that Mr. Farragon just mentioned is covered in red pen on mine. Some of it doesn't make sense to me. The fifth point, is it fifth or sixth? Limit light pollution and noise. That's not in the bylaw. I don't understand what provides space for tree fall means, and I'm not looking for explanations. I think that this section had language in the first draft prior to the consultants coming on board that was preferable, and it was page 41. And while I appreciate that this language is meant to reflect existing documentation or legislation, I don't think it adequately captures well enough what it is we're trying to do. Like, it's not our job to provide fish habitat. It's our job to protect or ensure fish habitat. I just think, and I am going to be picky on language around the draft, because I think there's some language that is, the intent is sound, but the interpretation could cause problems. So those are my comments just in that section. I think there's a better way to have that list, and I think there's a better list to have.
When you say a better list to have, I think we maybe need to be a little bit more specific about what we think needs to be included there. I've had some questions with respect to that list as well, not only with respect to the fish habitat and protecting as opposed to providing. The issue of well, I don't think that we need to include light pollution and noise. I would like to understand to provide the space for tree fall. But I don't know what else you would like to have included there, Councillor Moffat.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Unfortunately, there's been so much work, not unfortunately, there's so much work done that it's kind of hard to scramble through all your millions of pieces of paper to find it. What my note says that in the original draft that was done by staff, there was quite a different and a more extensive list. And it appeared, it read to me to still do the same things, but in more plain language. And it included more. And my written notes say page 41, but I think that's from the previous draft. I'm not interested in hammering out those details today. I just think that there's some different words to use there. And it's the first thing on the first page of the first day.
Okay. So I'm just not absolutely sure that the responsibility for that, if we have to go back and look at that. I guess I'm assuming that would go back to our planner to take a look at this point in time, unless we're prepared to extend the existing contract.
If I may, even the existing tree bylaw, the existing tree preservation bylaw, its final whereas, to me, provides for a better list of achieving the objectives of the official plan. I mean, that's a starting point.
Okay, that helps. So can we move on? Oh, sorry, Councillor Real.
Yeah, this one's going to become a contentious one later on, but I just want to make sure that we covered it in the preamble. We'll probably have a lot of discussion on it anyway. Is that at this point in time, I don't support the 30-meter setback. So having said that, as long as we understand that and we can handle it later, I'm fine with it.
We are definitely not into that part of the discussion yet. I'm sure we'll get there.
Works for me.
Okay. So carry on to the area of application.
Thank you, Warden Danielson. So in perhaps building on Councillor Ryle's point, so the next matter within the bylaw is where these new requirements as it relates to site alteration and where the county would like to see its tree protection provisions, the existing tree protection provisions apply. So what the draft bylaw states is that it applies to all shorelines within the county. And in order to properly interpret that one word, shoreline, one must go into the definition section of the bylaw. And it is a bit like sort of nested dolls, if you will, if you'll permit the analogy. So what we've done on this slide is include probably the three most important definitions, which would allow both users and administrators of the bylaw to sort of interpret kind of what that means. So the first is the definition of shoreline itself, which is on the slide. The bylaw states it's an area of land measured over a horizontal distance that is located within 30 meters from the high water mark of a body of water. And then those two terms, high water mark and body of water, come into play. Given the unique nature of the county, the definition of a high water mark, which County Council sees on this screen, applies to both natural lakes and lakes that are managed as part of the Trent Severn waterway system. So we have, much like the previous draft bylaw, have covered both of those points off within this draft of the bylaw. And then the definition of a body of water means a lake, river, stream, or any area which is permanently covered by water, but does not include a human-made drainage or irrigation channel, so wanting to be clear on that piece, as well as lands that are seasonally covered by water or lands which may be subject to intermittent flooding. And the last piece around seasonally covered by water or lands that are subject to intermittent flooding is really an attempt to sort of get at the piece around, I guess, ponds and wetlands as an example. And then the bylaw itself, later in the bylaw, what we're suggesting is that it applies to something that's being referred to as prohibited areas within the county. And a prohibited area is something that means it's so there are sort of wetlands, environmental protection, or hazard lands either identified in a county or lower tier official plan, as well as lands owned by the county or a lower tier municipality, the province, and this says including a road allowance. That should read a shoreline road allowance. So what we're suggesting is then, in summary, the bylaw apply to the 30-meter shoreline preservation zone, as well as other natural heritage features within the county where the county may wish to exercise some level of oversight around how development occurs in and adjacent to those natural features, consistent with its official plan policy. So I'll stop there, Warden Danielson, and happy to take questions that County Council has of us.
Two questions from me. One is that I'm not sure that I saw a definition of pond in the bylaw. And that's something that I've had several questions about, like how big a pond? What are we talking about? Natural ponds, man-made ponds? And I'd also like clarification on whether or not in where the bylaw applies, does it include other wetlands that aren't necessarily identified as significant?
Okay, fair point. So you're absolutely correct. So the bylaw does not include a definition of a pond, and that's something that we can certainly go back and include. I think from our past discussions with council, we had included ponds based on feedback around unintended consequences of the bylaw. So as I recall, the nature of the conversation at the time was if the shoreline preservation provisions apply to a lake, river, and stream, that may have the unintended consequence of providing an incentive to develop on ponds. So individuals that were looking to not necessarily interface with the standards of the shoreline preservation bylaw would subsequently look to those areas that weren't afforded the same level of protection. So in this particular case, my initial reaction to say is that it applies to natural ponds and not man-made ponds. However, that is subject to discussion and direction from County Council. And in terms of the wetland piece, as we're sort of saying in the definition of prohibited areas, it would apply to provincially significant wetland. So that would have been a wetland that had, as County Council knows, members of the public may not be aware, but those are wetlands that have been identified by a trained professional using the provincial Ontario wetland evaluation system and achieve a certain score in order to achieve the provincially significant status. So in that particular case, the provisions of the bylaw would apply to wetlands of those types. It would also apply to any environmental protection feature that are identified in the lower tier and the upper tier municipal official plan. So that would be any wetland that would subsequently fall in the environmental protection designation in those documents. And I admit I'm less familiar right now whether or not those are evaluated or any evaluated wetlands. I would look to perhaps Mr. Stone to supplement that aspect of my answer, but that's my sort of preliminary reaction, Warden Danielson, based on your comments.
Councillor Shell.
Thank you. Yeah, ponds was in my one of the many things in my notes here. And I mean, living in Haliburton County, I mean, there's been a time when I don't have a pond on my property, or not necessarily myself, but people don't have a pond on their property. But all of a sudden a beaver decides to create a dam, and now you have a pond on your property. So I'd like to see some kind of clarification around that, because, it may not have been an existing pond when I bought the property. And now I want to do something, but now I do have a pond. Is it considered a pond because the beaver created it? Or, you understand what I'm getting at? I found that a little bit loose in interpretation for ponds.
Then it would become a natural pond, I would think.
Well, unless, are we allowed to, because in most cases you're allowed to break the dam if it's something like that and, get rid of the pond. So yeah, it just needs some clarification around that for sure.
So can we agree that we're talking about natural ponds as opposed to man-made ponds, or would councils wish to include both? Councillor Rael?
Well, I've got an example of someone who built their house and put a well in, and guess what? It's artesian. And so the darn thing is pumping water 24/7. So they created about a 500-foot diameter pond in which to capture the water that was overflowing from the artesian well. And then they decided to put some wildlife in it and stuff like that. So technically speaking, if you shut off the artesian well, the pond disappears. On the other hand, as long as the artesian well is working, the pond is there. So I can't see that being a natural pond. And yet at the same time, they're treating it with lily pads and all kinds of good, wonderful things that are related to nature. So those are the kind of grays that have come up in discussions that I've had, because I have two people who actually have that situation that I know of. And they just want to make sure at the end of the day, they're not covered by regulations because of their situation with their artesian wells.
Any other thoughts on ponds? Councillors Roberts and then Moffat.
Thank you, Warden. I'll just maybe ask Steve Stone, like certainly with natural features, whether they're wetlands or ponds, not even the local municipalities have regulations about where you can build like, for instance, my husband and I used to own a piece of property. It had a beaver pond on it. We didn't build on it, but when we were inquiring about maybe that we would build something on it, it was 30 meters back from the high water mark, because it's shown on the mapping, and we rely on the mapping. So I just want to ask our director of planning regarding that. Like, so that is always our trigger. Is it on the map? Then it's then it's water.
Yes, Councillor, you are correct that it is identified in both the county and local official plans, and also ultimately reflected in your zoning bylaws, typically in an open space zone or an EP zone, or environmental protection. So based on the policy, you are absolutely correct. If it's identified on a schedule in your official plan and zoning bylaw, then it would be reflected to be 30 meters from the edge of the water or high water mark.
Thank you, Councillor Moffat, then Rael and Kennedy.
I'll pass at this moment.
Okay, Councillor Rael.
So Steve, if I understanding myself, what you're just saying properly, so if that artesian well situation was like that, the two ponds were built, would they be considered as part of the man-made drainage control system as opposed to a natural issue, and then would be exempt under that part of the shoreline bylaw?
Well, presumably it has never been caught in the county or municipal mapping exercise. Yes, it would be exempt because it just wouldn't be recorded as such in any of our schedules.
Councillor Kennedy.
Yes, thank you. I can't support anything to do with ponds until such time as the M&R undertakes the completion of the water course mapping that is so badly out of date in most of the county. I believe Highlands East has been completed, but everything west of there has not been. We've run into this at the lower tier where streams that are showing the blue line on M&R maps that we use to make our decisions are based on are no longer in existence. And conversely, sites that show no water now have water. So I think until we can get proper mapping, that this is an exercise that should be delayed until such time as proper mapping and a definition of ponds can be made. Thank you.
Councillor Burton.
Thank you, Warden, and I totally agree with what Councillor Kennedy just said. But is it crucial or imperative that we put ponds in?
It's up to council at this point in time, and if there is some question about mapping and you know what's actually there and what isn't, then possibly the idea of ponds should be on hold while we continue with, I mean, we're going to be doing a continued review and updating of a document. So we can put the issue of ponds on hold if everyone is in agreement with that. I need to see nodding heads or hear opposition to that. Councillor Moffat.
I think I just thinking in my head, boy, it's gonna be a long day. So I think there's, from what I've heard on the screen so far, there's a lot of variables and still some clarification required for ponds. And to throw another little wrench in the works is right now there's, online people are all upset about a pond being filled in. Excuse me, and potentially threatening turtle life. And so I think that needs to be part of the consideration. How many ponds could get filled in while we're waiting to the M&R to do that mapping, which is going to be forever and a day. And how do we reconcile, this is that rhetorical question, how do we reconcile needing to stop important water bodies, such as ponds that have certain species in them, from being filled in, versus Councillor Kennedy's very good point about the inconsistencies in the mapping. So it either is or isn't in the schedules, and who schedules. So I think it's complicated, this one.
Councillor Roberts.
Sorry, I was just looking down at my notes. I feel like Councillor Moffat with pages and stuff, and I reach over there and all that. I guess I was just referring to going back to the current tree bylaw and trying to see if did we identify ponds in the current bylaw, or say what when we mean a water body. We certainly do in our DICE artificial plan. Say lakes, rivers, streams, ponds, wetland. So I understand what Councillor Kennedy is saying in terms of the mapping, and we have had some inconsistency, but back to the property that I used to own, it was clearly identified on the map. We could not have built any structure within 30 meters of the high water mark. To me, it should be included. So I don't know how you get past that. And I'm just trying to look at the current bylaw that we have in place.
Yeah, I don't disagree. Councillor Kennedy.
Yeah, I just want to clarify, we're not talking about a structure. I'm more concerned about if you want to put a path down to the pond. Because if you get into it further, when you get into fish habitat and your exemptions, but and also any tree cutting as far as under the 5 centimeter DBH, adjacent to ponds. I'm not talking about building a cottage right beside the pond. I'm talking about the other aspects of the shoreline protection. Our other things are covered as far as septic systems and putting buildings up and everything else, but specifically this is to deal with shoreline protection as far as trees and vegetation and natural shorelines, not buildings. So I just want to clarify that they're two separate entities altogether, and our official plans do take into account those things: septic systems, buildings, whatever. Thank you.
Okay, so we're back to include ponds or not, and I'm kind of hearing that maybe we should, but they might be something that the director has to consider under each application, depending on the circumstances. Thoughts? Councillor Moffat.
Again, I think I agree with what you just said. However, right off the hop, we've got a circumstance wherein it depends on what the director thinks. And I'll get to that part later. There's an awful lot of leeway in the director's office around some of this. And I think that's an unfair burden on a person or a department. I would like to know more, so we have questions, and I'm trying to scribble down notes that people are saying, but we don't have the details of which ponds. And it's easy to say, oh, the ones that are provincially significant or EP zones. Yeah, I get that. And if they're currently on the schedule, then they exist. But beaver ponds do come and go. High water marks can be a challenge. If somebody has a beaver pond that gets too big and they need to remove the beavers, do they have to get a permit, and then the pond will be drained and they're going to get in trouble for it? So I think there's a lot of complicating factors around ponds, depending on what kind of pond it is. So man-made ponds, I think, are different. I think we need to, and maybe it doesn't belong in here. Maybe it belongs in, something else that we want to enhance our protection of ponds and wetlands. Or maybe it does live here. I don't know. I find this a little bit confusing because I think there are too many variables, and I don't have anything in writing in front of me to explain them to me.
Councillor Rael.
Just for the purposes of just trying to get through the day and cover everything, Could it be possible to make a short list of those items that we know are going to need much further investigation and then just accept that as something would come up? An example would be ponds. We could spend the rest of the day talking about ponds, or we can say, hey, this is a big issue and for good reasons. And can we come back either later today or in another meeting and say, how are we going to handle ponds? And that would give everybody an opportunity to give it some more serious thought, do some investigation. And at the same time, we could be able to accomplish something today.
That was my idea, that we will definitely need to establish a list of things that need to be considered going forward. And obviously there may be the need for further meetings. So can we put the definition of ponds and what will or will not be included on that list of things to look at? So we also need to consider, under this section, the issue of wetlands. I'm rather supportive of including wetlands in the document, but is what's described here sufficient, or should we be saying all wetlands? Councillor Moffat.
I believe wetlands should be protected, and not in relation to shoreline, but just in relation to a broader stroke of environmental and species protection. I mean, wetlands are the Earth's lungs, and certainly with the increasing challenges we're facing with fluctuating water levels, we need to retain as many wetlands as possible, because they're the sponges that attenuate a lot of the water we get. And when the water comes, the wetlands fill, and that's their job, and we need to make sure they're protected. That's really important.
Councillor Burton.
Are we talking significant wetlands or wetlands overall?
Well, I'm talking about wetlands overall.
Okay.
Councillor Rail.
The other challenge we have too is differentiating between the wetland and the floodplain, because a wetland is permanently, and then a floodplain can have significant amount of water on it periods of time. Does it influence the rest of the land around it? So I'm not suggesting that we create floodplains as a protected area, but they do have impact on a lot of other things too. So I think that should be discussed under wetlands.
Brent, I see your hand up.
Yeah, I just thought council would just like to know that wetlands are typically defined as places where there's greater than 50% wetland plants. That's how it's defined by the Ministry of Natural Resources, and just something to consider. So, if it happens to be flooded because something changed for a short amount of time and there's some standing water, that doesn't necessarily mean it's a wetland. It has to be long enough that those types of plants become established. I thought that just might be some good context for this stuff.
Okay. Councillor Roberts.
Thanks. Can we just go back to see sort of what's consistent in our official plans and provincial policy, and back to that definition of body of water means a lake, river, stream, or any other area which is permanently covered by water, but does not include, and then it talks about the man-made. Like, can't we just leave it at that? Why do we have to use any other language? Why do we have to say wetlands and ponds? It's permanently any other body of water, or sorry, any other area which is permanently covered by water. Does that not cover it? I don't know who my question is to. Maybe
I'm thinking maybe Brent.
yes, I'm thinking Brent, and maybe even our director of planning as well.
Yeah, I'm trying to think about the second part of the question. Well, I guess first off, I'm not aware of a definition of when a pond becomes a lake or when a pond is a pond. I don't think that exists. So, that's one thing that makes this whole discussion a bit more challenging. And then the second part of that is lands that are seasonally covered by water, or lands with, so, does that, infer that that's a wetland? Again, it comes, technically it's the 50% wetland plant species is what the definition typically is. But I mean, I think that's what the definition is trying to get at. Yeah, sorry, I'm not, like the verbiage and the verbiage and the legalese or the way things can be interpreted isn't my strong suit. But I mean, I know what a wetland is, and that's, sorry, the 50% is the way. And unfortunately, there's no definition for what a pond is.
We'll go to Mr. Stone and then Councillor Moffat.
To answer the councillor's question, the simple answer is yes, you want to make sure that the bylaw language is reflective in your official plan and zoning bylaws, because you're obligated to, if you implement a bylaw, it has to be consistent at the very least with your official plan in terms of language. So that's what I would suggest.
Councillor Moffat.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just scrambling here trying to find the presentation. The council will remember that we had a presentation from Paul Heaven on behalf of the Land Trust for the mapping of wetlands. Perhaps that's a tool that we could use as part of our suite of resources in satisfying some of this discussion. The work, some of the work has been done, and if that work could and would in any way be incorporated, I think we'd be halfway there. I think that project does much of this work.
Mr. Stone and then Councillor DeVolen.
Yes, again, when we get new information, we typically would update our mapping through the GIS system. So it remains rather current based on studies that we get when we're dealing with development applications. But ultimately, what you want to see is, as you review your official plans, you want to be able to incorporate your new knowledge in updating your schedules. So we do have a natural heritage schedule within the OP, as do the local official plans. And it's usually at that point that it becomes, our knowledge becomes consistent with policy and regulation, is when you update your planning documents.
Councillor DeVolen.
Well, the director took 90% of the words right out of my mouth. Obviously, at any point in time you create a bylaw or anything that relates to planning, it's the information that is there at the day. And Paul Heaven's work, I know that there have been a number of lakes in Minden Hills that they've done, and we can see the deviation between the old and the new, and how it's definitely better data. And I think all of the elements that make up this bylaw as better information or new interpretations of it, whether it's provincial or locally within planning, that it's done in such a way that it naturally migrates to that we don't have to go through any of these sections on a perpetual basis, that the document and the bylaw is laid out in such a way that it naturally covers it. And anyways, thanks for your very good explanation of how that would work, Steve.
Councillor Moffat.
If we, I appreciate the process. I mean, we live and work in it every day. My concern is, the purpose here is to stop the bad actors and the people who are intent on doing all the things that are wrecking lake health from the shore side. And I don't think there are an awful lot of them. I think there are. Were we allowed to name names? We probably could, but we can't. So my concern with the planning process is we can say now that our intent is to do something, and we'll catch it next time around. Well, the next OP review could be 1, 2, 5, 10 years away. And then what intent do we have to make certain change that gets lost in the time spent before the next review where we would incorporate those changes? So that lag, to me, could provide an opportunity for those bad actors to do their darndest to get what they want before they're not allowed to do it.
Yeah, for my purposes, I just want it to be absolutely clear so that there's no unknowns here that, well, you didn't describe that, or it doesn't say that in the bylaw. And so I would look for the greatest definition that we can, including everything that we want to include. Councillor DeVolen.
Yeah, I get that, but I guess I've been struck not only today, but before today. This is going to be a living document. And, Voltaire, Confucius, and Shakespeare all said it in various forms, that don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. whatever we draft here, and I'm all for spending today, and if there are other days that we need some other definitions to refine this. But if we're trying to have perfection in this, that somewhere down the road that it has a little bit unintended consequence that we can't modify it, I'm prepared to let the process, as council sees it appropriate, that we bring it back and deal with that element of it. But you know, we're 2 years in on this, and the end of this term of council is not very far in the future, and I'm just concerned that. And I'm willing to, obviously, I probably, in the spectrum, I'm probably on the furthest end of the spectrum from many that are with me here today. I'm willing to compromise on some of it, but the bottom line is we need to get something done. And that's the only thing that I want to temper in this whole thing is let's do it to the best of our ability. Let's get something done. And if it has some imperfections along the way, then be prepared to deal with it as we go forward.
Councillor Moffat.
Yeah, I agree completely with that, and the certainly my intent, and I don't think it's anybody's intent today to have perfection, because there are too many moving pieces, and there always will be. And I think part of the commitment, which we'll talk about later, is the review period, and it needs to be shorter, exactly for these reasons. We need to keep our eye on the prize. My concern is that without needling some of these nuances, I don't want to get to the end and say, oh, I didn't know it meant that. Now, I personally am not going to know every single thing that this and every single variable or combination of variables that this affects, but there are still enough missing pieces that warrants the conversation we're having today, which is a segue into the natural heritage features. If we're going to have further detail on ponds, I think we need, unless the consultant folks can tell us today, what specifically is included in the proposal around natural heritage features in the Algonquin Highlands maps. It includes deer wintering areas, and I'm not sure if it includes that anywhere else or another plans and schedules. But some of those deer wintering areas are so big. Does that mean that all of those properties contained in those maps, those schedules for deer wintering area, moose area would be included? Or are we just talking about the significant and EP zones? So the question at the end of this is, what specifically is the intent around natural heritage features in relation to what could be differing schedules in the 4 municipalities and the county?
Before we get into natural features, I think we need to just sort of land somewhere on the ponds and wetlands. Do we go with the description that's in our OPs, or do we put it on in the parking lot for further review and to be brought back? Comments? Councillor Moffat. Oh, you're on mute.
Yep, sorry, that explanation is good. We might even get where we need to be by including wetlands, even though it's in the OP. See, you got to remember, people aren't going to read the bylaw and the definitions contained therein and then go and wade through the OP to find other definitions. So wetlands is not in the definition of the draft bylaw. So maybe it would be as simple as including that in there so that it's an easy reference point, if council agrees that the existing language around it is satisfactory.
Does that sound reasonable? I'm seeing nodding heads. All right. Oh, Councillor Councillor Roberts.
That's okay. I just also like, obviously we're not going to get it complete today. This is our first conversation. So I would also like clarification from our Director of Planning in terms of what the provincial definition is of body of water. I think personally that the word definition body of water would encompass all of that, and then it would simplify. You know, Brent Parsons says, like, yeah, what's a pond? Like, is it a half an acre, or when it's or whatever the size definition? I'd almost leave something out and just keep the definition, just keep it saying body of water. So if we could look at what the provincial policy is and what we have in our current OP, I'd like to just confirm that.
Okay, can you put that on your to-do list, Mr. Stone?
I certainly can.
All right, I think that can we have a brief conversation about the natural heritage question? And I might look to Brent. Have you got any comments that you could help us with that there?
Sorry, Warden Anderson. So natural heritage features associated with what part of the bylaw here?
Well, it's actually referred to in a number of places.
Perhaps Warden, I can help Brent out if it's okay.
Absolutely.
So and understanding that it was sort of our fingers on the keyboards in terms of the drafting of the bylaw itself. So the bylaw, as shown on the screen, so it does have a definition of prohibited area, and that definition of prohibited area makes reference to lands which are designated environmental protection in either the county or the lower tier municipal official plans. And Councillor Moffat raises a really great point, I think, on the difference in approach that has been taken to defining what environmental protection means in the various municipalities. So the intent, I think what, and it's a fair observation. So maybe that definition needs to go a little bit of cleaning up of what a prohibited area means. But the intent, I would sort of say, is the definition should be considered in the context of the bylaw, of this bylaw, which is about preserving the shoreline around water-based features. So in the example that Councillor Moffat raises, as a former municipal administrator, automatically my thought was, well, no, it wouldn't apply to deer yards because that's not the intent of the bylaw. The intent of the bylaw is to focus it on the natural heritage features that are water related. So a wetland would be a good example as we're sort of talking about. So, but if that isn't clear in the language of the bylaw, then that's an opportunity to sharpen pencils and to refine that further to ensure that readers don't misinterpret what a prohibited area is, and they interpret it to mean something that is adjacent to a body of water, or a body of water such as a wetland itself.
Councillor Moffat.
Yeah, and those are exactly the nuances I want, because we know just from years in doing this, and particularly around this issue in the last couple of years, is there are a lot of folks who are attentive to the various documents we provide. And and the Algonquin Highlands Schedule C includes those things. So let's just put a finer point on it. I mean, in some of these cases, it's just simply clarifying the definition in clear language that people, so they're not going to phone and say, but this document says this, but this document says this, which one is it? And that's what's causing a lot of problems and a lot of angst out there, is what appears to be, I don't know, conflicting definitions or a little lack of clarity. So that's, I think the finer point on some of these things will stand us in good stead in getting folks to clearly understand, you know, what it is we're hoping to achieve at the outcome.
Okay, let's move on to the next section.
Okay.
Sorry.
Are we going to finish off this slide as far as shoreline and the 30 meters before we move on?
I guess we could. We might as well.
First, might as well get at it. This is the crux of it. So first question is, when we come up with the 30 meters, the very, very limited grade 12 educated person here trying to do some research to figure out what's going on, what type of soil type, slope, and ground cover was determined to come up with the 30 meter? Everything that I've read so far, it depends a lot on the slope, on what the ground cover actually is. When I point to some of the buffers in the Zhang et al. 2010, for example, sediment 5% with grass and trees can remove 82% of sediment. Nitrogen 63% with trees only, phosphorus 80% with trees only, and it goes up and down and all over. Quebec uses 15 meters, and then based on different things with slope, vegetation. So nobody that I have seen has used the blanket 30 meters for 600 lakes that covers everything from Elephant Lake in the east side part of our county with an average depth of 7 feet to with normal deciduous trees, almost a half a kilometer of a road running right alongside the shoreline, to a Coagama Lake, which is hemlock, pine, and Canadian shield. And I'm trying to really get my head wrapped around why we're using a one size fits all application here. So I just need some more help with this I can go into all kinds of things here. Lake classification, in effect, we're not even talking about lake classification. Our neighbors to the north use lake classification in determining shoreline setbacks, on and on and on. M&R, where you referenced earlier, actually recommends a 15-meter setback for warm water lakes and up to a 30-meter buffer where water body supports cold water species. Huntsville uses 15, 20, and 30, and even more for lakes of capacity. I'm really struggling with the one size fits all. So I'll try and, that's as short a question as I can make it. I know I've been on too long. But thank you.
Pat, sorry, Councillor Kennedy, I can hear your concern, and obviously it's one of the biggest concerns that we've all heard. My issue with that is how manageable, trying to look at 600 different lakes and the different characteristics of all of them. This is going to be, when and if we land on a document that we can all agree on, it's going to be, I think, challenging to manage for some time, until we kind of get things rolling, and to try and break things out and deal with different lakes and different circumstances and different soil types, and different rules for each one, to me is just beyond our ability, especially to start with, to manage. But I'd like to hear comments from other members of council on the 30 meters. Councillor Royale.
Yeah, I can't. Councillor Kennedy brought up a few things that I hadn't thought of, but having said that, I got the same problem. I mean, we can take a given project, it doesn't matter what it is, and technically speaking, we can build it 5 meters from the water line, and we could have total and absolute devastation, and we can build it 25 meters from the water line and have absolutely no impact whatsoever. And again, depending on how the particular shoreline is constructed and where it happens to be. And we already took all this information and we broke it into 3 basic segments, up to 10 meters, up to 20 meters, up to 30 meters. We've accepted the fact that they're not all the same, and yet we're going to put a cut and dry, one size fits all unit in place that's now going to require, and the second half of my complaint comes up later, which isn't related to the actual overall management and process required to do that. I mean, we're going to be asking for studies on certain things that have absolutely no sense to me. And so at the end of the day, the question is, if we're going to have a constant number, and for whatever reason that might be it simplicity in the way we can administer it, or whether it becomes the way it is. And if you look at the same statistics that Councillor Kennedy had, I didn't notice a heck of a lot of difference between 20 and 30. And nobody can tell me that when you're talking about water control at 2 degrees, it doesn't start instantly at 30 meters. There has to be a certain amount of salvage at 20 meters. So, and most of our municipalities already have a 20-meter setback in place as it sits. So I have the same concern, but for different reasons. And like I said before, when we first started, I will not support a 30-meter setback. So we got a problem there.
Just before we go on to Councillor Roberts, I just want to remind Councillor Royale that our county's official plan includes 30 meters, and that covers the entire county. And there, I believe there's I know that Algonquin Highlands has a 30-meter setback, and I believe there may be one other municipality that does too, but I'm not sure about that. Anyway, there is already some consistency with respect to 30 meters. Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Warden. I'll try to keep my thoughts together. It's very hard because I do feel like they're sort of pinging all over the place. And Councillor Kennedy has brought up some excellent points, but we do currently have a tree bylaw. We've had that in place for many years. We did a revision to that bylaw, which reduced the diameter of the tree. And that's at 30 meters, and that is a one size fits all across the county from Elephant Lake to Coagma. Where this, to me, has gone a little off the rails is that it switched to a shoreline preservation bylaw to a site alteration bylaw, which is requiring a permit for absolutely anything within that area. And that's where I'm hearing complaints. That's where I think we're going to get bogged down. And so I, from the very get-go, from the beginning of this process, was of the understanding that we were taking our current bylaw and going to strengthen that with talking about other forms of vegetation. So I'm still a proponent of the 30-meter setbacks. Our official plans all talk about 30-meter setbacks. All new lots created are 30-meter. Septics have to be back. Yes, we have property within our townships and within the county that were built before those new regulations came into place. They're grandfathered. Dysart has all kinds of properties that are at 20 meters. We have cottages that are at 10 meters. Then we have regulations to protect those if someone wants to rebuild on that. So I'm, like I say, I'm pinging all over the place. I'm in favor of 30 meters. I'm not in favor of a site alteration bylaw. I would like to strengthen the bylaw that we have, that it accounts for more vegetation. I think that is where, like I say, the complaints that I'm hearing is that this is permit driven. This is an application based. Everything will get bogged down in that order. It is, people call it a money grab. We all know what we've put in our budget for 2022 in the county budget to cover the costs of this. So anyway, like I said, oops, I think my brain feels like it's going to explode. I'm in favor of 30 meters, not a permit.
Right now, we're talking about the setback distance. And I believe that we need to have more discussion about site alteration requirements and about permit requirements. I'm not there yet. Like we're just talking about appropriate setback. Can we come to some terms with that? So you're a 30-meter. Carol, sorry, Councillor Mott.
Yeah, I confess to being wholly on the fence around the 30 meters because I can absolutely see the merit given that we control certain aspects of that now through zoning bylaws and building codes. I agree with the intent, the very basic intent and purpose of having gone through this entire process. But for me, it goes off the rails at the permit approach. The suggested permit process to me is just way out of bounds. And it's untenable, unwieldy, onerous. It's going to create huge backlogs. But for me, there are a number of pieces that have to fit together. So I support 30 if this, and this. But my concern is we may be approaching it in a bit of a silo. So if you're asking me right now, do I support the 30-meter setback? I can't say whether I do or not right now because I think there are other things that need to be that would alleviate concerns around that only if we commit to them doing them at the same time. So I know that, and it does mix it up, but the idea we need to control hardscaping, which is site alteration. Everyone's complaining about hardscaping and it's terrible. Strengthen the tree bylaw, which is we've already done that, so it's in place, and this consolidates that into one document. But there's other aspects that I think will add to the overall outcome, which is around pesticides and fertilizers. And yeah, I know the province has some ruling on that. And maybe it is motherhood for us to put that back in, but I think it speaks volumes to our intent. We need to, around the water levels, as people know, I've been very involved in water levels and CEWF for many years. There's no mention of underbrush. There's native vegetation, but we don't have the same littoral zones as most lakes because a lot of our lakes go up and down 4 to 6 feet. So we have different waterfront needs. So we could maybe fatten that up a little bit. We need to talk about lawns. We need to hammer out an education program. And there's some other things that to me are all dovetail into bolstering up the setback. And I don't think the setback is a standalone conversation. I think it's a piece of the pie.
Councillor Royale.
I absolutely and totally agree. My main reason for not supporting the 30 meters has got more to do, I guess, after listening to Councillor Roberts, with the way we want to permit the damn thing. We're going to create so much bureaucracy and we're going to create so much cost. I mean, already we're looking at, just out of our own pockets, we're looking at somewhere around $250,000 to get this thing running. And at the end of the day, we have no idea what that's going to impact on the actual people that we represent. But obviously, we're going to try to go for a break-even policy. So somewhere along the line, we're going to have to collect $250,000 or more in revenue in order to offset the cost we're running into. And so we have to be very careful when we start putting the overall process and the cost of maintaining this thing together. And so hence, the more you move away from the lake, and we can argue as to how much impact it's going to be as you move further back, the less impact you have. And therefore, when you're permitting, you don't need the same level of requirements at, say, 25 meters as you would at 5. And some might even totally prohibit it based on a permit program at 5 that would be allowed at 25. So I agree with what we're saying. It's not a standalone. The only reason I brought that up is because we decided to do it chronologically, and 30 meters came up before the permitting came up. But if it was mine in priority, I think the permitting is more important than the 30 meters.
Equally important. I'll go to Steve Stone, and then to Councillor DeVolen, and then Councillor Moffat.
Yeah, just to support the discussion, there is policy in the county official plan that speaks to site alteration and does refer to the 30 meters. It's primarily about setbacks for septic systems for obvious reasons, but there is the county official plan just reads retention of natural vegetation, including trees, in the full 30-meter setback from the high water mark of the water body. And in the intermeeting moments, I did look at sort of some provincial definitions for water body, and I think there's some very workable definitions that we can present to council at some point. Thank you.
Councillor DeVolen.
Yeah, I guess my thoughts are this. One of the reasons we're going through this angst is, with exception of a very small footprint within the county of Haliburton, so we don't have a conservation authority. And so that's another element that is particularly unique. Obviously, I first got involved with municipal politics when I did, to deal with water and quantitative things. And we created a hybrid upwump to deal with that. But none of this comes for free. I think any jurisdiction that deals with it, and most of them use conservation authorities, I'll look at the cost of what that is, basis the cost that we might consider with what we're going to do here. And I just think that's partly what makes this unique, and the public doesn't understand it, because many of these elements and what's contained in here is managed by conservation authorities in other jurisdictions.
Councillor Moffat.
Thank you. Yeah, I think I agree with Brent completely. And to me, the most important part is the enforcement. And I had sought, and I apologize to Mr. Stone, it was over the weekend, but had sought some clarification. So one of my concerns around this is we can do anything we want. And to Councillor Rael's point, whether it's 5, 10, 15, 30, 50, or 100, if we don't have a bigger and clearly outlined penalty policy and process, we will never stop what we want to stop. With at a $925 fine, that's a trifling, which many consider to be just the cost of getting what they want. So yes, there are other options, but we haven't discussed them. So if we want to, so encouraging regeneration and encouraging planting and a different viewpoint is different. A different philosophy for property owners is one point. But what's happening right now, which we have lamented over the past year while we go through this process, is the number of people who are racing their panic projects to get things done before they won't be allowed to do them. So even if we can't come to some final answer on what this entire process looks like, we should at the very least find a way to be able to go after those bad actors with a hammer so that those panic projects can't happen. Now, it could be said that we can't do that outside of the context and scope of a bigger document, but maybe we're looking at it as too big. If we want to stop people now, I want someone to tell me, are we going to go to a JP and lay a private information and take them to court? Someone tell me where our hammer is to stop the people who are willingly and knowingly out there clear cutting and hardscaping. It's happening around us all the time. So that to me is the most important part, is to do enforcement differently and very seriously. And I don't see where that we have that option or opportunity.
Mr. Stone.
So thank you, Councillor Moffat, for the discussion over the weekend. But if you look at both the existing bylaw and the proposed bylaw, there's in the province, we have two avenues to, as you describe it, lay the hammer. The first one is a Part 1 ticketable offense. So if the inspector shows up on the site and at that moment sees that there is an offense, they can issue a ticket, and after admin fees, it's roughly about $930 for that ticket, and they can choose to stop at that point and pay the ticket. The inspector can also, if it's quite severe, also issue an order at that point, allowing the landowner to work about restoration, so bring about change so that they're not destroying the environment anymore. But let's say the bad apple continues on. Well, that's where Part 3 summons in court works very effectively, and you can lay information under a Part 3 summons, go off to court, and you can then pursue a much larger fine, and that would, in our case, of the existing bylaw, is $100,000. But more importantly, in that language in that bylaw, there's also the opportunity for continuing offenses. So let's say you show up on Monday and the work continues on until Friday, you can actually go to court through the Part 3 summons and ask the courts to issue fines for each consecutive day that the occurrence was happening. So there's a chance that you will get an overall fine of $100,000 if it's really significant, and also a daily charge of $10,000 as well. So there's a number of opportunities. I think I mentioned the ticket, the order to comply, and then if for the very bad apples, you can use the court system. Granted, court does take a fair bit of time to go through. My experience from doing this type of work in other municipalities is that more often than not, when you have an inspector show up on the property, we work through the order option, and we get effective results through that process. But those are your options that exist today, and the existing bylaw also exist in the proposed bylaw.
But we need to be prepared to do that, to follow through with that. That's a direction that has to come from council. And if we're going to go ahead and try and protect water bodies, we can't lay fines unless we've got a document in place that lays out what the rules are. Councillor Moffat.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. And I understand the system, and I'm aware that the system exists. I guess the question is, have we ever done it? Are we going to do it? And how swiftly is council going to have a discussion about entertaining that? So you can give somebody a $925 fine, and they pay it. But they got all their trees cut down for their view, and then you make them replant trees. Well, they've got 30 years of a good view because they got what they wanted. They paid $925 for it, and they've got 30 years of a good view. That's what we need to stop. We need to have a discussion, and none of this makes any sense unless we're going to commit that we're going to undertake stronger and hopefully more effective punitive measures against the people that do the stuff we're trying to stop. It's great to have Part 1 and Part 3. I get it. It's not working. People are still doing it. So wherever we land, we need to make sure that that the enforcement comes more firmly, more swiftly, and more effectively. And to me, I'd rather spend money on going to court than making people fill in these big, long permit applications with soil samples and tree surveys.
Well, we'll get to a discussion about the details of the permit applications. You know what? I'm just almost. I don't know where to go next. I had hoped that we would be able to focus on one thing at a time, and yet the way our discussion's going, it just seems to take us back and forth, and we're not making much progress. Councillor Moffat.
With all due respect to the presentation that the consultants have provided, going a line by line review of the draft bylaw would actually be a line by line review of the draft bylaw, not the presentation related to it. So I think for me, that's why I'm jumping around, is because, you know, I've got notes on the draft bylaw, page 3, page 4, page 5. So for my brain, I can stay on track if we go through the actual bylaw where my notes are. Otherwise, I confess I'll be jumping around.
Okay, well, let's continue with it. We were in the bylaw under areas of application. I think that we've landed there with the definition of a body of water. Or were we in? I thought we were in agreement on that. So I'll look to Jason maybe to carry on with the bylaw.
Thank you, Warden Danielson. Mike, if we can go down to the next slide, please. So section 2 dealt with where. So sections 3 and sections 4, maybe what I can do is I can go through both of those sections, and then we can get into discussion because they are intended to sort of work together. So in terms of the bylaw itself, in terms of prohibition, basically what the bylaw, or the draft bylaw, excuse me, says is that no person shall undertake any site alteration, which is the definition of site alteration is included in the presentation slide, unless they are sheltered through an exemption, which is included in section 4, or unless they have achieved a permit, which is outlined in section 5. Now, the key that we wanted to highlight for council in the definition of site alteration, so the current draft bylaw includes an elevation change of 0.3 meters. And this is a very sort of important piece, which is why we wanted to bring County Council's attention to this one. Looking at the other bylaws that are in effect across the province, there is a variability in the standard that a council will choose around how much either an existing or a finished grade can change before it would trigger the requirements of a bylaw. And in some of the examples that we've seen, and one that I've written in the past, that standard can be as little as 1 centimeter. And so it depends on what matters County Council would like to exempt straight away, or which matters it would choose to have some sort of regulatory or service level oversight over. So for now, for the purposes of discussion, we've included 0.3 meters. The reason why we've included 0.3 meters, just so for County Council's context, is that that's the average height of is based on our research of an armor stone retaining wall block. And so what we're trying to think about, some of the feedback that we've heard from the landscape contractors in particular, some of the feedback that we've heard from other stakeholders in the conversation, and tried to introduce some flexibility there at 0.3 meters. But that, of course, I think is a point very worthy of discussion. And we're very much looking forward to receiving County Council's direction on that standard. The second piece then relates to trees, and the existing bylaw effectively mimics the prohibitions that are in the county's existing tree bylaw today. So what it's saying there is that an individual cannot injure or destroy a tree unless it is an exempted activity, or again, unless they have achieved a permit, which is a service level change, just reflecting on County Council's most recent discussion. But in the definition of injury, when you go down to the definition section of the bylaw in section 15, we wanted to make it very clear that it didn't include pruning or removing of branches for maintenance purposes. So, you know, folks can still go out and do what they need to do on their property and wouldn't necessarily be captured by the definition of injury within the bylaw. And then, of course, the definition of tree, again, we're mimicking what is already in the county's tree bylaw today, understanding that it has been sort of recently reviewed. So what we're saying there is woody perennial plant, including its root system, which has reached or can reach a height of at least 4.5 meters at maturity. And then also we're carrying forward the existing provisions that relate to removal of native vegetation. So basically providing a deterrent for folks to sort of remove those materials from their property. And that's what the final point on this slide is trying to get at. Mike, if we can go to the next slide, please, and maybe I'll cover the exemptions and then happy to take any questions. So in terms of the exemptions themselves, so for site alteration in section 4.1, what we're sort of saying there is from a site alteration perspective. So if you're looking to change the grade by 0.3 meters or less, or if you're conducting minor landscaping, which is a defined term in the bylaw, or if you're maintaining or replacing anything that's already been done on the property today. So if you have, I think in the past, we've talked about, fire pits. If somebody has a fire pit today and they're looking to replace it, well, they can go ahead and do that. If they have a pathway or a driveway that is in the shoreline area that provides access to the water, and that is in a poor state of repair and they need to repair that pathway or that driveway, they can go ahead and do that work as well. So we've tried to sort of introduce some reasonability into the bylaw and to signal to individuals that it no way applies to activities that have sort of been lawfully undertaken in the landscape already. In terms of trees, what we're saying there is that and this is a typo on my part, so I'll apologize in advance. The bylaw doesn't apply to any trees that measure less than 5 centimeters diameter breast height. And in the bylaw, we've used the term base, but that should be breast instead. So again, continuing the existing exemption that is within the county's tree bylaw today. If somebody is doing either what is defined as a good arboricultural practice or a good forestry practice, then that individual can go ahead and do that work, working with appropriate professionals to achieve those outcomes. An individual, if there is emergency work that needs to be done, and we've had discussions on this in the past, so a major windstorm comes through and trees are either damaged or they come down, the intent of the bylaw is not to apply to situations where somebody has to go in on site to take those trees out in an event that there's a major wind event or ice storm or something like that, which as we've talked about in the past, we expect to see more frequently, just given the way that the climate is changing. And then lastly, I guess the other one that we'd like to sort of bring to County Council's attention is the injury or destruction of up to 25% of trees distributed throughout the shoreline is another exemption that was sort of built into this bylaw. And this section is an attempt to bring the bylaw in line with some of the local official plan policies that exist. So when you go look at the lower tier official plans, there are provisions in place today that allow for vegetation to be removed within the shoreline area. And generally those say in 3 out of 4 cases, those official plans say up to 75% of the shoreline needs to be preserved. In one case, it's up to 90. So in terms of aligning this proposed bylaw with those official plan policies, we chose to use the 75% standard because it achieved harmonization with 3 out of the 4 local municipal official plans, but didn't preclude harmonization with the 4th, if you will, because one could always achieve to aspire to the higher 90% standard. So, and then, of course, as we've talked about in the past, understanding that the bylaw proposes a uniform approach, we did introduce something called the lesser shoreline. And what we're saying in the bylaw there is that if you have a situation where either the frontage or the characteristics of the lot require some flexibility in terms of the application of the bylaw, then yes, that is appropriate. That flexibility exists as of right within the bylaw itself, subject to the preparation of a site evaluation report and consultation with the county's planning director. So with that, Warden Danielson, perhaps I'll stop there. Happy to sort of take any questions that County Council may have of us.
Okay, questions. We'll start with Councillor Burton and Councillor Kennedy.
Thank you. I guess my first question would be with the change in grade at 0.3 meters, is that enough? Should it be more than the 0.3? And I guess if not, or if we decide that it is not enough, if my lot needed a meter, I would then have to come in and get a permit to bring it up to that height?
So through you, Warden Danielson, as currently framed, yes, if someone was altering the grade of land by 0.3 meters or more and didn't otherwise fall within an existing exemption in the bylaw, then as framed, the bylaw would anticipate that the individual would have to submit a permit, and that permit would have to be approved by the county.
Mr. Stone, did you have a comment in response to that as well?
No, I was just concurring with what Jason just said.
Okay. Councillor Kennedy and then Councillor Royale.
Thank you. Bounce around a little wee bit here, but the site alteration as it pertains to fish habitat, your definition of fish habitat is basically any place where fish swims. The types of areas can be directly or indirectly support life processes include limited to spawning grounds, nursery, rearing, food supply, migration, in other words, wherever they live. So under the site plan, site alterations, you also list some exemptions, which include the destruction of injuring of trees that is reasonable required to install a pathway. That's R. S is the injury or destruction of trees measuring less than the 5 centimeter DBH. However, you have in there also in areas adjacent to identified fish habitat, which you don't have a definition for, by the way, in this, and it should be. Identified fish habitat, to my understanding, is an area that has been cited by the Ministry of Natural Resources as a spawning area and is identified in both the county official plan and also in Dysart's and zoning. But unfortunately, they were just fuzzy blue lines, very hard to determine. And ones that are in the county are not in Dysart, for example, and vice versa. So in those areas with identified fish habitat, which we don't have a definition in this document, you can't do any of that without a permit. In other words, if it's near an identified fish habitat, which if I use an example, all of Head Lake in Halliburton has a fuzzy blue line around it as a spawning area. You would not be able to do anything within the buffer zone without a permit. And but Head Lake is not shown on the county one. So it's very confusing if I was from the outside. Another example is Musquaby Lake has a number of lake trout spawning areas that are fuzzy blue lines, but I'm not sure whose property they're on. So who determines that? Because I think they're a generality, not a specific that ends here at this point and carries on. So this is a whole area that needs some more work, in my opinion. You're saying one thing, oh, you're exempt to do this, but then your definitions prohibit it. So I'll get on to relief here in the next section. We'll leave that one for right now.
Do we have a response to that question?
Yeah, I do, Warden. If the council could elaborate on the sections that you're referring to, because you went through the definition, Councillor Kennedy, I'm reviewing the bylaw and I was trying to follow along with you, and it would be helpful for me to understand the sections that you're referring
Under
to.
site alteration F, no person shall carry out any site alteration adjacent to or within 30 meters of wetlands, fish habitat, etc., without having been issued a permit under this bylaw. Then under the exemptions for site alteration, under R, it says the destruction of or injuring of trees is reasonably required. So that's an exemption. To install a pathway no wider than 5 meters to gain access to the water. Or S, the injury or destruction of trees measuring less than 5 centimeters DBH. However, at the bottom of the exemption, it says, despite the foregoing, in areas adjacent to identified fish habitat, Part 3, subsections M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, and S shall not apply. So my interpretation is that you need a permit. Is that correct?
Right. Okay. So I believe, Councillor Kennedy, that you're referring in the reference to the NOP. That is your existing bylaw that you have in effect today. And so the reason why I was a little confused is generally the approach that we've taken with the drafting of this bylaw is that it applies to the 30-meter area adjacent to a body of water as a rule. So whether or not the body of water, whether or not there's fish habitat on the adjacent shoreline, the bylaw itself is silent on that piece. It just applies to the shoreline 30%. I accept your point about the quality of fish habitat mapping information. It reminds me of the earlier discussion about wetlands, and I know it's something that a lot of municipalities continue to look to improve is the quality of the mapping that goes into the creation of those planning documents. And Halliburton County is not alone in that instance. A number of our clients are currently working on the same issue. But generally speaking, the bylaw that's before you today is proposing a 30-meter shoreline buffer zone across all bodies of water, uniform regardless of whether or not that body of water contains fish habitat or not. So I'm not sure if that's helpful or not.
Part of my problem is I'm not sure which bylaw that you're looking at and which one I'm looking at. I think it stems right to the bottom of it. I'm looking at page 11. Is that consistent with the bylaw that you have in front of you? Site alteration, section 4, item F. No person shall carry out.
Yeah, we may
I may be
dealing-
looking at the wrong bylaw. There's been a number of versions of this, so it may be my mistake here. I'm sorry.
It's so the version of the bylaw that I'm looking at right now is the version of the bylaw that we would have presented to County Council on October the 27th, which I believe was also included in your agenda package for the meeting today.
So that's bylaw draft 20. I'm trying to look at a PDF here because anyways. Okay, I'll leave that for now then. I don't have to review that again. Thank you.
Councillor Roberts and Councillor Royale.
Okay, so I think that the crux of a lot of it is under that site alteration, Jason, in that you referenced the 0.3 meters or more, because that would be the thing that I was looking for, which is strengthening the tree bylaw, which would cover natural vegetation if someone's doing major landscaping work on their property. And that's the lake that I'm most familiar with that I boat along is Kashagwigmog and that whole lake chain. And that is where I have seen some, as Councillor Moffat said, bad apples or bad actors in the last few years, seen some horrible examples of hardscaping and stone walls that would definitely have exceeded this. Is there ever a reason why somebody would need to change the landscape of their slope more than, and even if whether we land on 0.3 meters or go to 0.5 meters or something? We live in Halliburton County. There are some lots that are very level to the lake. There are some with slopes of 15%. Our current bylaw would allow for a path to get there. So you might need to step that path and put some kind of stairs, but that's going to be permitted because you got this 5-meter width to create your path. Why would anyone ever need to do anything like these stone walls just because they want a flat place to sit on? So I go back to, I think this is the crux of what we're talking about. It does strengthen just cutting down trees. It is the major destruction of the shoreline area that I think that we are trying to protect. Let's go back to thinking that could we have something in a bylaw, strengthen that someone could read that and say, I'm not allowed to alter my site by more than, let's just say, bump it up to 0.5 meters. And if I do that, it's like the tree bylaw we have right now, I'll be fined. So I wonder if there's ever an example where someone would need to change their elevation and change more than that 5-meter path to the lake. Does that make sense?
Through you, Warden. Yeah, it does. And it's somewhat difficult to imagine what that range of scenarios could look like, Councillor Roberts. So that's why we had we're recommending the 0.3, which is a relatively high standard when we're comparing the bylaw against other bylaw examples in the province, but it is designed to afford some level of flexibility to individuals looking to change the nature of the property, if you will, to change the nature of the relationship between the property and the lake. The recommendation that you have before you today is much more flexible than the other provisions that we've seen in the bylaws across Ontario, which again go down to as little as a centimeter, and most of them, though, if I recall correctly, are within the 5-centimeter range. So this is an important public policy, I think, choice for County Council to make for sure.
Councillor Royale, and then Councillor Moffat.
Yeah, this question is actually from one of my constituents, and it has a lot to do with the amount of wind that we've had and deals with the emergency piece of what this is. In their particular property, they had a fair number of trees fallen down, like they were physically fallen down. Some were on land and one fell in the actual body of water. Now, they didn't result in any what you would call immediate danger to anyone, but they were an obstruction and they just weren't there. Would they be allowed under this bylaw to remove the debris that's both on land and in the water?
So through you, Warden, I believe the general answer is yes. So the definition of emergency work is there within the bylaw. Looking at some of the words, so for example, where tree failure is imminent or a tree or part of a tree poses an extreme risk in which there is a high likelihood of severe consequences, such as serious injury to persons or property. So to Councillor Rael's point, right now there would be a question around an interpretation of what an extreme risk is and high likelihood and severe consequences. So those are relatively what I would describe them as being high thresholds in order to exercise the emergency work provisions within the bylaw. If County Council would like, then what it can do is change the nature or change the words in that definition to make it more inclusive, if you will, if I could describe it that way, by modifying the term extreme in extreme risk, high likelihood and high likelihood, and severe consequences. But to answer the question, generally speaking, the intent was if there is that type of event, a high wind and ice storm and damage is done, that individuals can go into the property and to clean that up if they need to.
Okay, even though there may not be an imminent danger to an individual or to another structure. They're laying on the ground. So technically speaking, they're not causing any threat to anything, but they are a major obstruction to the ability to use that property. And in the other case, the tree has actually fallen into the body of water. So now if we don't get it out of there, it becomes a permanent structure. And one tree is one thing, 2 trees, 3 trees, and the next thing you know, you got no shoreline anymore.
Yeah. So Mr. Stone may wish to supplement my answer, but my general reaction is to go back to our previous conversations about what is reasonable to include within the bylaw. And I think we've heard consistently from County Council that the county is looking to create a reasonable framework. So I believe the scenario that the councillor describes, acting reasonably in that context, then the tree should be permitted to be removed without necessarily having to interface with the terms of this bylaw.
I think the only thing I would add is that what you're referring to is really there's an exemption that allows for proper care of trees. I think I just had it. I'm just getting up to that portion. Good arboricultural practices. So again, I would, if a tree falls down and it's lying across your back lawn or your front lawn, depending on where it is, I would say that would allow you to cut it up for firewood and enjoy it around the campfire. So.
Councillor Rael?
And then we're talking about, we would not require a permit for that. Would I be correct in saying that?
No.
Councillor Moffat, and then I think I will ask for a break.
Thank you. I'm still again in site alteration section 4.1, and I wanted to ask for clarification from folks around item 4.1b. So an exemption under the site alteration section is the maintenance or replacement of existing features such as landscaping, pathways, driveways, and beaches. And I just want to touch on the beaches. To say that you can maintain or replace beach to me means that I can rake the seaweed off it. And there are people who would say I shouldn't do that. But to some people, that means bring in the truck full of sand. So, and I would have thought that beaches fell into M&R turf, which we know has no enforcement attached to it. So I'm just wondering, Jason, if we can just talk a little bit about the inclusion of the word beaches, and if I'm just being a bit of a nervous Nelly around that.
So through you, Warden Danielson, no, I do not believe that you're being a nervous Nelly around that, Councillor. I'm enjoying the discussion, and every time there's a comment made, I keep thinking of the term sharpened pencils. But so the intent when we has framed that exemption was basically, somebody wants to maintain their beach, but not necessarily bring in 3 or 4 more dump loads of sand in order to quote unquote maintain the beach itself. So the intent was not to permit major changes to an existing beach, but to allow somebody, say for example, to go in and to weed the beach, to rake it, move stuff around, that sort of thing, not necessarily significantly expand the size of the beach or to change the elevation of the beach itself. And you're right, relating to the relationship between this and the MNRF as well.
Go ahead.
Yeah, if I may, thank you. And again, I think these are the refinement of the nuances that we need. And also in that section, although I think it's covered somewhere else, is there are oftentimes, the beavers can be our friends and they can be our enemies. And I have, not unlike Councillor Rael, I've had a number of people contact me who have literally beside their property a stream or river over which they have no control, the source of which is a beaver dam. And on the 2 or 3 occasions that those beaver dams have given way or been blown up by whatever happened, they've had tremendous damage to their property. So I've provided the assurance that cleanup from that would fall under maintenance. Can you confirm that would be the case?
I would look to Mr. Stone, but I would suspect that both of us would say yes, that would be a reasonable interpretation of the bylaw.
Thank you. And just one more thing, I know we're going for a break. I just want briefly to Councillor Roberts' comments about, you want a flat place to sit. And, the waterfront property that I have is a perfect example. It's sloped. And, 100 years ago, my grandfather put in a flat space, and he had a concrete mixer, and he made these huge things. My parents took all that out, and they worked with, everybody knows Dan Lucas, and he created a different environment. So there is still a place to sit. And there's now a place that has lovely green things growing in it. And I planted a whole bunch of stuff last year. So I guess the point is, it doesn't have to be armor stone. Which we know there are other options. And I think that's where the education aspect comes in to say, it doesn't have to be hardscaping. It can be medium scaping and soft scaping. And there are other things you can do. And that's what I mean when I was speaking at, 2 hours ago about how these things mesh together. It's not just a standalone discussion about a thing. It's many things that need to knit together in creating the public's understanding of how to do things differently to protect the lakes.
So just before we go to break, are there other questions specific to sections 3 and 4? Councillor Moffat and Councillor Kennedy.
Yeah, I would just like to circle back again for a clarification. I mentioned it earlier about, and I was looking in the definitions madly, and it might be just another case of sharpening pencils. Again, in speaking to our friends at CEWF, I did receive clarification about, and I mentioned the littoral zone before, but for us, it's more riparian zone, which is the immediate zone adjacent to the land. Because of our tremendously fluctuating water levels, we don't have a seamless and usual transition. And that means that in some cases, the underbrush or the smaller shrubberies are a very more important aspect on reservoir lakes than they might be in other areas that are not water controlled by other agencies. So I'm looking for clarification on whether the definitions need to include, I know native vegetation includes the word shrubberies that would naturally occur. A lot of the plantings that are encouraged to be replanted are in fact smaller shrubs, high bush cranberry and dogwood and the like. So do we need to include undergrowth or underbrush, or is it somehow captured in the definitions that currently exist, given the challenges we have because of our fluctuating water levels?
So through you, Warden Danielson, my initial reaction is to say the intent was to address it, but perhaps what I can do over the break is look through the definitions and just confirm that. if that is okay with Councillor Moffat. And I'm seeing a head nod, so.
Okay, Councillor Kennedy.
Yeah, and now that I'm on the right bylaw at the right time and I get my notes back working, this is a prime example of what everybody's been talking about, notes all over the place. Follow up on Councillor Moffat's, the reference to beaches is the one that I wanted to bring up here was who wins in the event of the M&R, say, approving a permit for work at the shoreline and the county saying it doesn't fit. The M&R allows, it's pretty wide open the work you can do without a permit to start with. But then also some things that need a permit, build a new erosion control, expand, or can't meet all the rules in this article. So who wins if there happens to be a conflict between our ruling and the M&R?
So through you, Warden Danielson, so two different regulatory systems, each with their own set of policies and regulations to implement. What I would say though, in practice, I know that provincial and municipal staff, communicate and collaborate on these types of approvals. And I know that it's very common, obviously, for municipal staff to take into account provincial requirements when providing advice and rendering decisions, and the same for provincial employees as well. So while they are separate and distinct, my expectation is there would be some discussion between staff at the two levels of government to come to a conclusion around what the right approval should be, if I could use that term, in any particular instance, understanding what county council's objectives are for shoreline areas within its jurisdiction.
So that would have to be an appeal process then, basically, for the person who's proposing to do the work. Through you, Warden, if the work is legitimately within an area that's regulated by the MNRF, then that's where the approval will lie. I'm more referring to MNRF staff taking into account the provisions of the shoreline preservation bylaw when rendering those decisions and trying to ensure that their decision making is consistent with your objectives to the extent that they can.
Mr. Stone.
Yeah, typically M&R staff will reach out to county staff and ask them about policies, zoning, and other regulations that we may have in effect. And that shapes what they do in terms of their review. And also point out to Councillor Moffat, there is a definition in the bylaw for riparian already. And it's back to Jason would be, how does that definition play itself out in the regulations above? So.
Brent, you had a comment?
I wanted to note too that from my experience with MNRF and their Public Lands Act is they don't permit beaches below the high water mark. So if people are interpreting, the wording here as potentially MNR is going to allow large beaches or dump loads of sand being dropped in below the high water mark, then that hasn't been my experience. And there's also another level is the feds and Department of Fisheries and Oceans and protection of fish habitat itself. But again, I think what Jason and Steve said previously about relationships between the provincial and municipal authorities will make sure that those issues, or there aren't issues moving forward.
Councillor Moffat.
Yeah, thank you. Two things to Mr. Stone. My question was more around definition of or the inclusion of undergrowth and underbrush as opposed to the definition of riparian, but that's fine. We'll look into that. But to what Mr. Parsons was just saying, we've talked about this before, and with all due respect to the folks who are still employed at either DFO or MNRF, we cannot rely on the assistance of those agencies to undertake this work. We know that it's a bit of an elephant in the room, and this is a bit of a bugaboo with the public. People are saying, well, the MNR looks after that and DFO looks after that. Well, on paper they do, but we all know that they can't for a lot of reasons, and I'm not picking on them. They're doing the best they can, the people who still have jobs there, but they are seriously understaffed, and there aren't responses now for the number of applications or inquiries that are made by people I'm hearing from. And I think we are folly to just say those other agencies exist and they'll look after it, because they can't, and they aren't. And again, with all due respect to the folks that are working in those agencies.
Well, on that cheerful note, we will we'll take a break until 11:20. That gives us all 15 minutes. Is that that's sufficient? Okay, thank you.
And we're back live, Warden Danielson.
Thank you. Okay, we're on section 5, shoreline permits, and I think that the first thing that we need to agree upon is whether we are in agreement with a permit process or whether someone wants to make arguments for a voluntary process. That was one of the primary questions. Councillor Moffat, then Councillor Kennedy.
Thank you. With apologies, I have a number of questions in section 4.3.
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought we had completed that before the break. Okay. Go ahead then.
Oh, thank you. I guess right off the bat, 4.3A, I fully understand what that means. The regulations under the building code are, that's clear. What is unclear is the last piece of that. Provided that the activity is et cetera, and meets the intent of this bylaw. What I'd like to know is what wouldn't meet the intent of the bylaw that would result in a denial of a county permit, and how would that conflict, or what supersedes at the lower tier?
So thank you, through you, Warden Dennison. I appreciate the question. So section 4.3A of the bylaw is a general exception, which is intended to capture a variety of circumstances. So maybe I'll go through the 2 or 3 examples that come best to mind, and perhaps through those examples, Councillor Moffat, it will get to the question that you're asking. So one of the things that we've heard from folks as we went through the process, stakeholders, so this would be municipal staff as well as individuals that are involved in either the contracting or the landscape contract communities, they were very concerned about the relationship between the provisions of this bylaw and other municipal approvals that are provided at the lower tier. The second piece that had raised some concerns for the development industry, if I could use that term, which is meant to capture both contractors and landscape contractors, anybody who's involved within that community. The other thing that we've heard is that in the previous draft bylaw, there was a provision that would allow an exemption for up to 5 meters around a building, where the provisions of the shoreline preservation bylaw would not come into play in order to achieve construction of that building. So thinking about that feedback and understanding the way that the planning approval and the building permit process works, what we've done is basically here is to say, if you've secured a land use planning approval in order to achieve a building permit, and you're exempt from the provisions of this bylaw as they're currently framed. If you are constructing a building, that you do what is necessary to achieve lawful construction of that building. So instead of creating a 5-meter buffer, we've left the standard more as a performance standard to say that the contractor will do whatever is lawful to achieve construction of that structure. So sometimes you may have to extend beyond 5 meters. For example, if there's a stockpile of material that needs to go outside of an excavation area, that would be an example of a type of activity that would be exempted under this provision as currently framed. So in giving that flexibility, we did want to go back though and reinforce the primacy of the bylaw. So to sort of say, yes, you can have that flexibility, provided that you're still meeting the intent, which is at the end of the day, you're preserving the majority of the shoreline buffer area in a natural state, which in turn provides the range of ecological services that Brent had described. So I'll stop there and happy to take any further clarifications.
Go ahead.
So does that mean that I would get my building permit to lawfully construct something from the township and then have to run it by the county? Is this going to become or maybe I can reframe that. In a previous conversation before you folks were hired, one of the questions that I had asked was around the ability of lower tier building or inspection staff to be able to flag any issues that might fall at the feet of this county bylaw, and the answer was no. This would just be handled by county, and I think that would also be an opportunity lost. So I guess what I'm looking for is more specifics on that relationship and in relation to that primacy and the sort of, I don't know if I don't know if supersession is a word. If it is, I just made it up, or it isn't, I just made it up. But that's what I'm looking for, is whose jurisdiction trumps whose, and how do these work together is what a lot of people want to know, including me.
Yeah, so through you, Warden, I think that's a fair question. So in terms of primacy, in that particular case, the building permit would take primacy over the provisions of this bylaw, given the way that this section is currently framed. The other piece, and I would look to Mr. Stone to kind of supplement, is there may be an opportunity to, if this bylaw is passed and if this exception comes into effect as currently framed, there may be an opportunity to establish a business process in which the lower tier municipalities where they're issuing building permits can share that information with county staff, so that county staff is aware of where building permits are being issued across the county. And then that way, if county staff were to receive a phone call, for example, with a concern from a resident that someone is undertaking some activity that is outside of the scope of the bylaw, they at least have the building permit information at hand, and they're able to respond to that customer service inquiry, if you will, and then can take appropriate follow-up action. So I think there is the potential for a business process improvement, or a new business process if that process doesn't exist. But I'll let Mr. Stone perhaps supplement my answer to clarify anything that I may have said.
Yeah, yes, thank you. Typically, again, this is going on my experience in the past, is that building inspectors being out on the job site quite often are aware of the various regulations, including fill or shoreline bylaws, and they're pretty good stewards of codes as well as the environment, and often they would share that information. They think something may be going offside, and in this case, could the county take a look at it? Certainly there is an existing practice of sharing permit data. It happens more seasonally, not on a regular basis, but that's, as Jason alluded to, that could be a business practice that we work on as we implement the bylaw.
Does that answer your question?
Well, yes and no. I mean, I appreciate that we have a million details to hammer out, but I feel that I understand that in the absence of any language around these things, they sound intentional and wishy-washy. And so I think part of the discussion needs to be, is county council in the process of discussing this going to say, yes, we insist that the upper and lower tiers will work together, and that will form part of the process as we go through this, as opposed to, well, we'll think about it later. I think it needs to be part of the process now.
I don't disagree that that's something that we should come to terms with. Steve, I saw your hand up, and then Councillor Al.
I would just simply add to the discussion is, in terms of best practices, looking at, building code matters, looking at other bylaw matters, it behooves the folks such as myself, the inspectors, et cetera, to actually work together. That way we can alleviate a lot of confusion and misunderstanding along the way. So that would be my expectation going forward. I don't know if that helps at all.
Yeah, and I think you're hearing some direction that, should the bylaw, should this get support, that you would continue that work as part of the service delivery review and include additional measures with that work. Councillor Royale.
My question is very similar. It just that now instead of dealing with the actual permit itself, it's now dealing with the actual septic permit. And I'm looking at 4.3. I'm not exactly sure how that sections 3.1 and 3.2 of this bylaw do not apply. And then in C, it says the use, operate, establish, alter, all related to approved sewer treatment system, which I'm assuming would be a standard septic tank in some cases and might be a holding tank in others. Again, same question. How do we go about making sure that the municipalities and the county and all this stuff is done? So are we saying under certain conditions, you can put a septic system inside the line? Obviously, if it's an existing one and you're replacing it, that creates a different kettle of fish. But I'm just having a problem understanding how that's going to work. And I guess it may be a similar question to the building permit, but this one has effluent in it and it's got some real serious issues. Whereas once the building is built, it's built. So is that going to follow the same basic thought pattern as the building permit, or how's it going to work?
Go ahead, Steve.
Yeah, I would agree there. Again, based on some of my past experience, we would allow for, replacement of septic systems, provided none of the sort of the physical presence of that existing system would get closer to the lake. So you could replace runs, you could add the appropriate material for the effluent and so on and so forth. There was the rare occasion where we were dealing with such a constrained site that you had to enlarge the septic system and then move closer to the lake. So what we would then rely on is engineering expertise as well as building code requirements to make sure that they still satisfy those requirements. So to answer your question simply, yes, you could expand or do some minor repairs, if you want to say that, to existing systems. We also, for the purpose of the bylaw, was to look at, could we find an alternate location for if the system itself had to be totally replaced? We worked with the landowner to see if there was an alternative location to something that was too close to the water. And in some cases, we were able to find a better location for a new system.
Just to comment on that, Steve, within the municipalities now, I can speak for Highlands East for sure. We're already doing that through our planner and through our bylaw enforcement people to work with somebody in that case. My question is more related to, similar to Councillor Moffat, where is the person, if I wanted to do that, where do I start? Do I start by contacting my own municipality, getting a permit, and then they decide where I go from there? Or
yes,
that's county?
Because your building department has carriage over the building permit for septic system replacement, you would go to them directly first. Where the county would get involved in would be, just as I sort of mentioned, if there was, again, we would have dialogue with the inspectors throughout the county, but where it was made known that if they're, for example, had to put part of the bed, the filter, what do you call that? The apron at the end of the septic system to meet code. If it had to extend closer to water, then I would hope that the discussion would come to the county from the local building inspector, just to work out those details.
Councillor Moffat.
Yes, but again, I'm looking for the issue of primacy is, please tell me that you're not saying that I would have to get a building permit from my local municipality and possibly get a permit also from the county. There must be some point at which it's just an information sharing as opposed to double permit dipping, because I just think that would be ludicrous. Can you just expand on that a little bit?
Well, I would simply say, and I don't like the word primacy. I would say, and the reason I would use the building code's a standalone code on itself, so it's an island onto itself. So, but to your question about getting two permits, what I would do there is use this section to look at the possibility of making sure we can grant an exemption to it, not ask for a second permit. So.
Go ahead.
Yeah, and I mean, I think something like that makes more sense as long as it just doesn't become an administrative nightmare. Because, you know, we put a lot of work into our zoning bylaws, and as has been mentioned, we may not have all the same arrangements for how far back septic systems can be, but the building code clearly speaks to that. And so I would hate to think that without some pre-arranged agreement, that the county is going to in any way stomp over the work that a municipality has already done through the whole public process around zoning bylaws and what's permissible, additional to the building code. So I just think we need to be very careful about what that technicality looks like, that it's an information sharing as opposed to, as you've just said, not a double permit system, because I wouldn't support that, could not support that. And I think that would be one more thing that would be contentious.
Councillor Rail, then
Yeah, so
Councillor.
just to be crystal clear, so if I did want to do that in terms of, I'm talking specifically about a septic system, I would go purely to my building department in my particular municipality, wherever that might be. I would deal with them, and from then on, they would deal with the county. You're not telling me that I would have to go to them, get a permit, and then I have to go work it all out with the county as well. So my building department in my municipality would handle all of that behind the scenes stuff. Is that correct?
Yes.
Councillor Kennedy.
Yeah, I have a question on 4.2, but just to finish this one off, lots of discussion on it. I know that the consultants have included comments in earlier reports about community planning permit system. If we went to that kind of a system, then it's a one-stop shop, as has been done elsewhere, which would alleviate a lot of the concerns that have been voiced here in the last 5 or 10 minutes and number of months. So my question on 4.2, I'm sorry to go back, Madam Warden. 4.2 section E, the injuring or destruction of up to 25% of trees distributed. There's no provision in this bylaw, and it may be that it's an exemption based for marinas or for resorts. Now, our neighbors to the north actually specify 33% for shoreline frontage for resort, commercial, and institutional, and 50% of shoreline for marinas are allowed to be cleared for their purposes without having to go through an exemption. I also find that 25% of the total property is a huge difference between a 100-foot lot, which is 25 feet, and a 500-foot lot, which would allow you to clear 125 feet. So they've also addressed that, our neighbors to the north, saying that no, on these large properties, now they go into because they have different lake classifications, but they're saying no one activity area can exceed 23 meters or 75 feet. So they're actually making pods of areas rather than distributed throughout the whole property. I just wonder, was there any consideration given to that type of an approach?
So through you, Warden, good question. So the 25% figure relates largely to the residential provisions that are within the local official plans and the local municipal zoning bylaws. There were at least one or two. I was just looking, and I unfortunately closed the PDF, but if I recall correctly, there were at least two examples at the lower tier level within Halliburton where there are specific provisions as they relate to commercial properties. So to get to the piece around marinas, so the bylaw that you have before you today could be updated to include separate provisions, one that would relate to shoreline clearance areas for residential uses and then shoreline clearance areas for commercial uses, for sure.
Steve?
And the only other thing I would add to this is that your commercial waterfront properties are also subject to site plan control at the local level. So if an application came in to expand a marina, put more additional dock space in, hopefully the local municipality would initiate a site plan review. And at that point, we can both the local municipal planners and myself could be participating in discussions with the operator about landscaping, either adding to or subtracting from the existing. So that's another way to ensure that as much as the natural environment is maintained on those properties.
Are there any more questions on section 4? Councillor Moffat.
Yeah, thank you. Section 4.3D, that the upper and lower tiers are exempt. And I appreciate that there are different needs for a municipality to undertake its business. I get that. But part of me thinks that we should be leading by example. And I had asked a number of times about, and Jason and I have talked about this, about sort of best practices to meet the intent. You know, we talk about in other areas of this draft bylaw, we talk about, you know, such that it meets the intent. And I guess I'm looking for thoughts from other members of council and other neighboring municipalities around what we would be prepared to do to put our money where our mouth is. So we also have control over various shorelines and shorelands. And so is it good practice to say that, you know, it's do as I say, but not as I do? And I'd welcome a conversation from council members about that.
Councillor DeVolen.
Yes, to Steve on this one. Is that principally because of road allowances and other things that we have, that there are overlying reasons why that's included in many bylaws and legislations, that federal, provincial, and municipal are exempt from those? Is that the element of why, or is there another reason why?
Well, I would go back to any sort of public works that show up as policy within the official plans and the zoning bylaws. There has been longstanding tradition in the province from a planning perspective to sort of exempt all public activities from various policies, bylaws, including this one. So that's where that one sort of stems from. It's very historical in the way the province has approached things when it comes to municipal activities. So it goes well beyond just road allowances. So take, for example, if you are the city of Barrie, you have a very large municipally owned marina in their waterfront. And so this type of regulation clausing would exempt them from doing additions to their marine or operation. So basically it's a catch-all phrase that exempts municipalities for carrying out municipal work.
Councillor Roberts and then Councillor Kennedy, or Moffat, sorry.
Okay, thanks. Actually, well, this bylaw isn't in effect yet, but we did have a little bit of criticism from some people this summer in Dysart, where we repaved a path that goes from our town dock to County Road 1, where the traffic light is. That was actually, I said, even if the bylaw was in effect, we are replacing and repairing. So actually we would be exempt from that for that purpose. But I was sort of criticized, well, why is Dysart, putting it down asphalt? Well, there was asphalt there. It is a path. It is a public park. It is well used. We were doing that for accessibility, etc. We are, though, having conversation about trying to, and we have adopted not necessarily a policy, but we are not cutting, and I don't know, we haven't set a specific meter amount, but we are not cutting any vegetation. I'll just throw a guess, like about 5 meters to the shoreline. So you'll notice along the head lake, that little pathway, we are leaving that natural. We don't cut to the water. So we are doing some more tree planting in the area. We have had some large willow trees and whatnot come down. We have a park plan for the rest of Head Lake Park in and around with bandshell and that type of areas to try to make sure that we have natural vegetation. But in those circumstances, where to say we're exempt is because they tend to be parks and that sort of thing. It doesn't mean the municipality and county should still be responsible. So that was just my point there.
I'm just wondering if there can be some additional wording to make that clearer, that it would be for replacement or repair of existing infrastructure, or for instance, health and safety. purposes, whatever wording would have the same intent, but clarify it for the public that it's that we are doing the same as what we're asking the public to do. Councillor Moffat, then Councillor Roberts.
I agree. Again, just that refinement, just some, brush up those nuances. I think that, with all due respect, Mr. Stone, just because it's longstanding tradition. I mean, we used to bathe in the lake, but we don't do that anymore either. So things change, and I think as elected leaders, we need to, put a good foot forward. And there are all kinds of examples, and Councillor Roberts just gave a couple of them where it makes sense that a municipality, in the best public interest, can exempt itself, but that doesn't preclude us from doing better or thinking harder about it. And so I wonder just about having a change in language, whether it's best practices or attempts to meet the intent, or just a commitment that we will take a second look without just saying we don't have to, so we won't. Well, we don't have to, but we could and we should. And that's very important to me around these kinds of exemptions, these carte blanche exemptions for government. I think need a second look and some more carefully crafted language.
So if we can make a note to have a look at that, that'd be great. Okay, further questions on section 4? Councillor Moffat.
Thank you very much. Section 4.4, I just need some clarification. We've had this question, a lot of my questions are actually coming directly from what people have asked me. If you know that your topography, we've talked about this earlier, not everybody has a slope to the lake. If you know your topography prevents you from having 30 meters, or you're on an island, people have said I'm on an island, my entire island isn't 30 meters wide. Should A have an and? Is it being suggested that it's not possible to meet it and there's a site evaluation report and in the opinion of the director? Is it all of them together, or is it separate? So, because site evaluation reports aren't cheap, they're not easy to get, and you can wait months for one. So we're back to the process and the delays and the short season and people being able to plan for work. So I'd like a little more clarification on that. And additionally, the director would make that decision based on what criteria and what other scenarios are there wherein a site evaluation report might be needed. That's a lot of questions. Sorry.
Yeah, no. So through you, Warden Dan, no apologies necessary, was definitely following along there. And I think the response to the question around or versus and is that as framed, it is framed as an and. So that the lot would have to have, I'm going to use the term unique, but may not necessarily apply equally for all lots, but the lot has something to do with it where we just can't meet the sort of the intent of the bylaw, so the 30 meters. So we're going to look at a different approach. And I think when we looked at examples from across the province, not only from site alteration and tree preservation, but land use planning approvals as well, and in particular things relating to minor variances and then things relating to site plan or zoning changes. Typically, the bylaw will acknowledge in a case like this that there will be exceptions. So you want to be imagining what those exceptions look like. So in this case, we're thinking specifically about topography and lot characteristics, such as, we could say such as and not such as, but not limited to lot depth, in order to clarify that there's a broader range of considerations that could come into play. So you want to recognize and allow for the possibility of an exception. All of the examples that we've looked at across the province, including a lot of municipalities around Haliburton County, is clearly when you're allowing the exception, you're looking for the site alteration or the site evaluation report to get a better line of sight on what on the unique features associated with that property. So that's why we've included the concept of a site evaluation report. If Brent would like, I know that this is something that he gets involved in a lot of cases with municipalities, so it may be useful to hear from Brent on what goes into a standard site evaluation report. And then in terms of intent, we would go back to the preamble and the goals and objectives. So reflecting on the earlier feedback from County Council, that the intent may not necessarily be as well framed as it could be, understanding that there's some work done in the existing bylaw. I think in drafting it, our thought was you would look back to the beginning and say, okay, Are we preserving the natural environment? Are we negatively impacting drainage? Those sorts of things would be the considerations that Steve would consider in terms of exercising that discretion. Now, Steve has also had an opportunity, or Mr. Stone has, excuse me, the opportunity to consider the bylaw over the past couple of months, and I'm sure he's had some thoughts as well around what parameters he would use to exercise that authority that's contemplated in 4.4C.
I can speak to what a typical site evaluation report is from my experience. It's kind of a pared down version of an environmental impact study, but really looking at more physical characteristics. So, you know, a lot of times getting at the things that, you know, a few of the council members were previously stating is kind of missing when we apply a one size fits all scenario here. You know, slope, you know, vegetation, soils, a lot of things like that. But I guess here, if we're just talking about trying to define if the shoreline is smaller, to be more, you know, photos, and then a lot of physical measurements on the land to try to determine, you know, what constitutes a lesser shoreline. So, yeah, I mean, the scope can depend on what we're completing, and typically they're completed to what we're assessing. Sorry, and typically they're completed to look at natural heritage features, where it would be even further scope just to define, you know, what the shoreline is, and I guess ultimately how sensitive it is to disturbance.
Go ahead.
It still feels vague to me, and I certainly am well aware what a site evaluation report is and is about, but there must be properties where anybody could go there and say, wow, that's unusual. So what I'm looking for is the criteria upon which the director could, because in the next section it talks about the director may waive requirements. So I'm looking for I don't want us to be robots that say, oh, you have to check the box. But flexibility can't be so open wide that it's just what anybody thinks on the given day. And what this says to me that if you have an unusually shaped or featured lot, you have to get a site evaluation report. That's what that says to me. Is that accurate? Because I think that's a bit onerous. In certain circumstances, it'll be more than evident based on existing structures, or they already have a septic pump up, or they've already received a minor variance, or there must be other details upon which that decision could be made without getting in line to hire someone to do a site evaluation report.
So through you, Warden, that is a fair comment. So as framed, it does contemplate the submission of a site evaluation report. There are certainly circumstances, let's sort of say if the applicant has gone through or is going through a local planning approval, that would require the production of information to support that decision-making process. There could potentially be some overlap between this requirement and a requirement that would occur at the local level. So what I would sort of suggest, perhaps certainly from my perspective, this is another example of where the provision of the bylaw could be clarified to get at that relationship between production of information that would have occurred at a local level for another approval versus the site evaluation report that's being required here.
Yeah, again, that refinement of language and see what it looks like, so that it doesn't look like we're forcing people to get in line for site evaluation reports and more money.
I'll simply add that C does allow for sort of interpretations on that as well. And I know when we often deal with the requirements for site evaluation reports when it comes to consent applications and other planning applications. And often we'll find that based on pre-existing knowledge of the site, we'll actually scope the issue. So that's how I see that playing out as well.
Go ahead.
Final comment on this is, sorry, I respectfully disagree. I asked the question if A was meant to have an and at the end of it. And Jason and Mr. Farragon said yes. So that now tells me that all three of those criteria must be met in order to satisfy section 4.4. So if A has to have an and, there is no, this language does not allow for any flexibility in the provision of a site evaluation report. And you would be required to undertake those because it does not say or may, or perhaps. It says and. So I'll just leave it at that.
Well, we've got a note to refine and clarify that section. And you've heard the intent or the concern.
Mhm.
Okay, anything else on section 4? Okay, hearing nothing, we'll go on to section 5, and that's the permit section. And back to my original question, one of the initial decisions that we have to make is whether we're going to proceed with a permit approval process or a voluntary system, or a hybrid of that. Do we go for the first year as a voluntary and proceed with permits after that? Or anyway, well, I look to hear comments so before we get into the details of the permit. Councillor DeVolen, then Roberts, then Kennedy.
If a voluntary compliance in 4,000 square kilometers, I would like to know what it would cost to police that if we're taking an on your honor approach, if that's up for consideration.
Any response to that? Councillor Moffat?
I don't disagree, but I think we're also on an on your honor process for getting a permit. We are relying, as in a lot of things, we're relying on it being complaint driven, and whether it's voluntary compliance or permit based, we still can't police the work that's not covered under the regulations.
Councillor DeVolen?
I guess philosophically, in my mind, that's why you have the permit with a fee attached, so that those that are doing the activity help pay for some of the costs associated with managing and policing it.
Councillor Roberts?
Thank you. So I alluded to this earlier about the fact, and I know I was, like I say, jumping ahead. So now I'll speak to it a little more in depth. And I would be in favor of voluntary compliance, certainly for the first little while, for so many reasons. But one of them, I'd like to ask either the Jason or Steve Stone. Let's say we did have a permit. And we have that you can't alter the elevation more than 0.3 meters. Then you need a permit. Okay, that's the trigger there if you're doing this work. So now someone, we said we have a permit. Someone fills out the application, they apply, and for whatever reason, because the owner of the property wants to do major stepping and landscaping, who then determines that is good practice? Like, what about if we just said, no, you cannot alter your site more than an amount? So to me, I go back to, like, the point of the permit is what? Someone's going to apply because they want to do, like, step it down 3 meters here and 2 meters there. And then our director of planning has the authority to say yay or nay. So does that, I'm not sure if that makes sense. Someone can look at the bylaw right now and say, I don't need a permit because I'm landscaping, not changing elevation more than 0.3 meters. Someone says, I want to change it more than 0.3 meters, I'll get a permit. Are we still going to approve that? And what's the process for approving that? I lost on that one.
So through you, Warden, and perhaps Mr. Stone will want to supplement the answer that I'm going to provide. But as when drafting the bylaw, so the answer to the question, Councillor, is yes. So if they're modifying, as you sort of say, more than 0.3 meters, then they would be required to apply for and seek approval of the permit. In terms of how that decision is made, so we would go back to kind of the goals and the objectives of the bylaw as a starting point. But importantly, and this was a feature that was absent in the previous draft bylaw, I would suggest that what we would do is we'd be looking at section 5.3. And 5.3 is a very important provision in the bylaw because what it is saying, it says lots of things, but what it is saying from a governance perspective in a way is that if the bylaw is passed, county council is delegating the authority to implement the bylaw to your planning director. And in that delegation of authority, if you will, what you're doing is you're setting some parameters on that. So what you're saying to your planning director is, you know, go ahead and approve these permits where the individual is not removing more than 25% of the trees. They're not creating a situation where they're flooding or ponding their neighbors. The works won't result in significant erosion, blockage or siltation of an adjoining body of water, any increased surface water flow either onto adjacent land, so to the neighbors, increased surface water to the adjacent bodies of water, a detrimental effect on any tree, and then a general provision which would allow the director to exercise some discretion around a contravention of the intent of the bylaw. So that's where we go back to the goals. So those would essentially be, we sometimes use the term in my world, you know, the edge of the riverbanks. So those would be the edge of the riverbanks that the director would know that provided that those situations don't occur, the director, be it Mr. Stone or anyone else, would know that they were then able to implement, or excuse me, to issue approval of a permit. So those provisions in section 5.3.b are very clear because they're the thresholds for approval essentially.
Did you need a follow-up question, Councillor Roberts?
If I may. And it's no disrespect to our director of planning, it's just the process. I find that this would just be so much red tape and individual interpretation. And I know somewhere in it, it's a follow-up of the appeal process. And that I just see doing a permit process right out of the gate would not only, we have emails stating that we would be, you know, people are going to take us to litigation. So I don't think that that's a wise idea, but I also see it's just too much for interpretation, and that county council is going to end up with items on their agenda month after month of looking for some kind of appeals. I'd rather just find a voluntary compliance as we do with the tree bylaw, try that at first, and there are still fines, there are still repercussions if you don't adhere to it. And I don't actually see where, in a case, doesn't matter how steep your lot is, why you would need to be changing it by more than a certain percent grade, or a not percent, but an actual measurement, a meter grade. So, you know, I stand by that.
You know, as far as the requirement for a permit, I think that we will need a permit system, whether we start with a voluntary process or go to a permit system. But when I look at the requirements of a basic permit, and I think, like, if somebody's doing, I mean, it's not a major development, but it might be just slightly outside of the scope of repairing your path or you know, some existing infrastructure. You might have to hire a surveyor, an arborist, an engineer, a hydrologist, and there's just no way that I want to put you know, an individual, not somebody, not a developer who's developing a subdivision, but an individual would have to put out that kind of money to get a permit. You know, I'm trying to find a balance. A permit system to me is got to be as streamlined and as efficient and as cost effective as we can make it. This doesn't look like that to me. But anyway, those are just my comments for now. I'll go to Councillor Kennedy.
You nailed it, Madam Warden. That was my big concern. This is way, way too onerous. If I want to put a little platform to put 3 chairs out on the point, it may be more than 0.3 of a meter in order to get it flat so it don't fall in the lake. But I don't need a surveyor, and I shouldn't need a surveyor. I think if we can come down on what the definition of hardscaping is, might make it simpler. I think this is a big, what I've been hearing from the public is that this thing is Schedule A is way too onerous, but it's too costly for 90% of the work. You don't need all this stuff. Like if I want to do something small and simple on my property, I should be allowed to do it. And I don't disagree with the permit system. I don't have an issue with that. I think whether you pay a fee for that minor one or whatever you want to call it, that's fine. But this is too much. This is where the rubber hits the road for me.
And I'm just kind of wondering, where's the line between, that's just a small development, go ahead, and the place where somebody can take advantage and create serious damage without doing some of the things that they need to do. And I struggle with it. Councillor Moffat.
I believe Councillor Ryle has had his hand up for a bit.
My apologies. Your darker background sometimes fades in and out, Sam. Go ahead.
Yeah, the thing about the permitting system, and this is the challenge that I had a year and a half ago, or whenever we brought this up the first time, is we're trying to put one process against a whole bunch of different kinds of projects. Whether we make it voluntary or whether we don't make it voluntary, the poor people who are trying to use this system need some guidelines. They need to know, when do I need one and when do I don't? So we turn around and say, well, if it's a minor, you don't need one, and if it's a major, you do need one. Well, holy doodle, what's a major and what's a minor? And then you get into some other abstract definitions of what's minor and what's major. I think what we need to do is we need to sit down and establish whether there's 1, 2, 3, 4, any more than 4 is probably a waste of time, types of projects that would require some of the stuff that's in Schedule A. And I don't understand why I would need a site plan for some of the things that Councillor Kennedy would be asking about. And if I did, why can't I do it on a cross-section pad and turn it in? Why do I need a surveyor to determine where my fire pit could go? It doesn't make sense to me. On the other hand, if I'm going to put a tire retaining wall and ask for complete revamp, well, holy doodle, I need a whole pile of stuff now. So I don't think having a single Schedule A, hopefully it's going to cover everything, is absolutely cockeyed. And then right in the very first part of this thing, it basically says that the person making the application for a shoreline permit shall submit a completed application. But B says with the required fees as per the tariff. So if the scale of the project is going to change, do you think maybe the fees should correspond? And if that's the case, I would like to see not all of the scheduled fees, because we know they cover a whole pile of things, but the scheduled fees, maybe not the exact number, because we don't know that number yet, but the topics, the general line items that would be included as fees for a permit. Because that's the questions that people ask me. What do I have to do? How long is it going to take? And how much is it going to cost? And I have no answers to any of those questions.
Councillor Moffat.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree. I actually had to write little numbers on my points here. This to agree with Councillor Kennedy. This is where the rubber hits the road. I think this process, I appreciate the intent of this process. I think it's unreasonable, it's onerous, it's time consuming, it will create chaos. I think it eliminates the average homeowner from doing work on his property. We have challenges with available resources and experts within this community. We know you can't get a survey for 6 months, which you might or might not need for your high water mark. Talking about to Councillor Roberts' comment about voluntary compliance, I don't disagree with that, only if at the other side of that, we commit to throwing the book at the people who contravene this. And that means not only, I have a problem, I know the problem to set the fines, but I have a problem with the fines. But we need to, if it's voluntary and there are contraventions, we need to throw the book at people and make them tear it out or replant and have some monetary punishment as well. I think unless there's going to be dire consequences at the wrong end of the intent of this, voluntary or permitted, we're no farther ahead. So I'm gonna harp on enforcement all through this entire discussion, or whatever discussions we have. I would like to circle back to something I had mentioned and suggested a couple of years ago when we first started this. Is there any merit in hearing what others are saying? Is there any merit in having a different or a separate look again at the system the M&R has, which is registration versus permit. So if you're going to do these things, you've got to let us know you're doing it and you might get inspected. But if you're going to do these things, you have to get a permit and you will be inspected. And that allows Mildred and her daisies and the guy with the patio and the fire pit to just, do their thing within reason, but have a different set of rules for the blasting, the hardscaping, the massive earthworks, that's what we're trying to stop, the clear cutting. Separate them out in some way, like the M&R does.
Councillor Kennedy.
And just to follow up on Councillor Moffat's comment, I totally agree, like a permit or a registration system, even perhaps with a refundable deposit. If you really want to enforce it, like if you want to put the 2 chairs out there, we had to do some minor thing, okay, that's fine. It's a $500 deposit, for example, and we'll come out and inspect when you're done. If everything's fine, you get your refund or partial refund, whatever it is. But that would be the impetus and the almost enforcing, the person will enforce themselves to get the money back. That's just throwing that out there. That I like the idea of a permit or registration for minor, but there shouldn't be any costs or long-term negative impacts to the property owner.
Other comments or thoughts? Councillor Moffat.
We all have had a lot of correspondence, a lot of conversations. I just want to read you 2 lines from a piece of correspondence I received from a business person in this community who's a small operator, and said that the proposals provide for a process that would result in my small business being non-existent. The requirements for the permits, along with the drawings for the scope of work I currently provide, will in essence end my ability to provide these services in this community. And this is not somebody who is prone to hysteria or poor me. This is somebody who's a small operator who seriously believes that this process, as outlined in this permit application process, will put him out of business. And I think we need to pay attention to that.
Yeah, I do too. This is not something that I want to see us implement that's going to put somebody out of business. I think that there's lots of opportunities for certain landscapers and developers, but the small guy who does little projects that has to enter into a process like this, it's pretty onerous and costly. Other thoughts? Councillor Roberts.
Thank you. One thing we didn't really have the opportunity to do is review other municipalities or other counties or other areas bylaws. And I wonder, we're having this conversation, permit, registration, voluntary compliance. Is there more information that Jason can share with us at this time, or anyone, that were examples where there were shoreline bylaws put into place that were effective, that did go over well, that are similar to us, and that did have compliance? And so that's what I'm looking for, is the right approach. That's where I still get, I think a few of us are hung up on the permit process as presented now. So leave it at that.
So through you, Warden, I appreciate the question and the conversation as well. So as part of our analysis, we did review both the planning and the site alteration or the tree preservation bylaw approaches in a number of different municipalities. And I think we had documented some of those findings in the first report that we had prepared to county council. So we had a good understanding of what the policy and the regulatory framework was. And we had reached out to many staff in many of those municipalities and unfortunately didn't get the response that we were hoping to achieve in terms of okay, how do you actually implement this, and what works and what doesn't work. Having said that, though, as I think about all of the examples that I'm familiar with and other projects that I've either been involved in the past and that I'm currently involved with, so I am working for another municipality right now that would like us to prepare a site alteration bylaw for them. In that case, their council believes that it's important to have the bylaw available to them so they can take regulatory action should they choose to on sites where there is a clear and direct contravention of their planning documents, if they will. So that municipality is a relatively small rural municipality. doesn't have the assessment and the tax base, and the geography is very similar, very large rural sort of community, and they're concerned about service level changes in the cost of providing that service. So the council in that case wants to have the tool, and they will exercise the regulatory provisions in that tool on a site-by-site basis, if you will. So that's one end of the spectrum. The other end of the spectrum is if I'm thinking about my former employer, the site alteration bylaw that we had created a full permit-based approach when looking at site alteration or topsoil removal, and we followed a model that was very similar to the approach that we're recommending to you today. So the bylaw describes, I think I'd sort of respond to the conversation by saying the bylaw describes a potential approach to regulating shoreline preservation in the future. And I think what I'm hearing today is how do you get to that outcome? And so there's a series of judgment points for council to make. All of those judgment points are valid in terms of, would you like voluntary compliance versus a permit process? How do you intend to resource the level of service that you will? So there are examples in a councillor on both sides of the spectrum, but at the end of the day, I think it comes down to council's judgment around what is the best approach for your community at this moment in time, understanding that the approach will continue to change in the future.
Councillor Rail.
Yeah, one of the things that again, I asked for when we did this once before was if we had, say, 1, 2, or 3 examples of typical projects that would hopefully encompass as much of what we could foresee as happening. Could we then walk through what the right process, not all the exact wording for the bylaw in terms of setback here and whatever there. That's all great and wonderful stuff, and we can do that too. But what I'm thinking about is if we were going to do this kind of thing and we're looking at this application, just as an example, what would I need to fill in for this kind of a project? What would I need for this kind of a project? And if there is a third one, what would I need for this one? Then you could look at it and say, okay, in addition to that on the information, what would the person applying for it require? Would they require surveys, evaluations? What would they need? And then at the end of the day, that would then set up the process by which we could then determine what is the best way to completely deliver this bylaw. Because I got to be honest, although at this point in time, I'm not sold on the 30 meters, that's not even part of my major concern. My major concern is what we've been talking about lately, and definitely the points that both Councillor Moffat and Councillor Kennedy have said, especially the ones regarding the existence of businesses that Councillor Moffat have put through. And our people, if we go to a voluntary basis, they're just going to turn around and say, screw it, I don't know what the hell I'm supposed to do. I'm going to build it, and then I'll figure it all out after it's done.
Excuse me for interrupting, Councillor Rail. Whoever's got background noise, could they mute themselves or do something about it? Because I'm hearing 2 voices at the same time, and that creates a problem with focus. Continue on, Councillor Rail.
Yeah, so at the end of the day, all I want to see is something that could work and not cost everybody a bunch of money, but at the same time produce some good results and go from there. You know, and I think that's all the people that we're representing are looking for, is a workable solution that will come up with a way to control as much as anybody can control development in an ecological way. But make it so, why would I not follow it? It would be silly not to get a permit or whatever it might be. And if some of the permits are free, as Councillor Kennedy is saying, and others cost money, then so be it. But they'd be based on something that, as a buyer, as a person who is looking at buying the permit, could justify, say, hey, yeah, I can understand why they would charge me for that, and it makes sense. And not only that, I like what they're asking me to do because now I know I'm protected.
Councillor DeVolen and then Councillor Moffat. I was looking to see if there was a response coming to that. Councillor DeVolen?
I don't disagree with anything Councillor Real said before, and we've asked the question in previous conversations, whether it's a for dummies guide or a roadmap or whatever. But for that to be possible, we need to decide on the destination with this first in terms of it, and after that's done, in terms of education and application, I think Councillor Real is exactly right.
Councillor Moffat?
Yeah, I wish I could agree with Councillor DeVolen, but I found that the background noise there, I actually had trouble following most of what Councillor Ryle was saying. So I heard the first half of it and sort of gapped on the most of it. So I don't know. I'm not going to ask him to repeat it all, but I feel like I need a Cole's Notes version of what he just said because I couldn't hear him.
Go ahead, Steve. You're on mute.
To Councillor Real's comment, if you would allow me to indulge you, I'll give you a couple of examples of how we dealt with exemptions at the Township of Seguin, where I was the director previously. We had 3 shoreline bylaws. One was a blasting bylaw, tree removal, and grading or filling bylaw. Typically what would happen is somebody would come get wind that they were subject to the bylaw, and myself or my planning staff would ask them to provide us with a conceptual drawing of what they were hoping to do. So for example, we had a number of inquiries for 10 to 15 square meters of shoreline patio, mainly rocks, flagstones and things like that. And we'd ask them to sort of sketch it out. This would be the property owner to sketch it out as best they could. If they were really good at computer drawing, they could do it that way, or they could freehand it. Or if they had a contractor that they were retaining to do that work, they could get the contractor to do that. And they would simply submit this preliminary sketch to the planning department, and we would ask simple questions like, do you have to remove trees? How much fill are you bringing in? And if we would then check off the boxes, no tree removal, no grade differentiation, and it was a small patio for 8 to 10 spaces and might even include a fire pit, then we would look at that as minor landscaping and exempt them from going through a permit process. Although we didn't have a permit process, we would, if you didn't meet the exemption, you actually had to go to council for approvals. That was the difference that in our process at Seguin and this process that's being proposed. To the other comments about hardscaping, one of the things that we used as sort of a barometer in terms of what hardscaping would require a permit would be the use of retaining walls in excess of 3 feet in height. Once you exceed the 1 meter stepping stone type of relationship in a retaining wall, it's now subject to the building code. So in our case, the township building inspectors would issue building permits for larger than that. So that's another way someone would come in and we'd again ask them, oh, you're proposing retaining walls. How large are the retaining walls? And is there a way for you to keep them less than 3 feet in height and provide a stepping arrangement so that you can have planted gardens? Naturally, the gardens would be planted with native species. And that was another means for us to allow them to proceed under the minor landscaping exception. Now, for example, if someone was to propose a 5 or 6 foot high landscape wall at the water's edge, then obviously that would trigger the permit process, as you see in the bylaw. And because of retaining walls being significant structures, then there may be some need for additional support for engineering drawings to make sure that they're put in place and they're sustainable for the long haul. So that's kind of sort of my experience in the past and how I would sort of move towards implementing the bylaw. I don't know if that helps.
Councillor Moffat.
Thank you. I think Mr. Stone's explanation, it does help a bit, but circling back to what Councillor Roberts said, that was one of my notes that I wanted to sort of hammer at again, is I was disappointed that the community comparators couldn't be completed. And I know that you can't control if people don't phone you back. I understand that, but I'm a little surprised to learn just now that that Mr. Stone has this experience, and that I think you just said that you were at Seguin where there were 3 shoreline bylaws. And it sounds like something you're extremely familiar with, but we're the ones who have to make the decision on it. So we don't have your experience. So I'm looking for, maybe we should see those bylaws, because it's, from your explanation just now, it sounds like, you've kind of got it figured out, and because you've lived it and worked it. We haven't. So in the absence of seeing what you've just said written out, to better grasp the flexibility and the opportunities to be fair, it just adds to the confusion. And I'm a little, I'm disappointed about the community comparators, and I've had a number of conversations with Jason about that, so he's well aware of my thoughts on that. But I think, if Steve has worked somewhere where there's bylaws that exist, well, let's see them. Maybe it'll answer some of our questions. So I'm disappointed about that.
Were they not documents that we looked at as part of the review?
Through you, Warden, yes, we did include Seguin in our jurisdiction comparison. And if I'm not mistaken, Garang did have a discussion with Steve on sort of his experience. So listening to his description of the meter standard and connecting it back to an earlier discussion about 0.3 meters, to Councillor Roberts' point, that would be a potential change that could be made to the bylaw. So to increase the height from 0.3 to 1 in order to ensure that there's a better distinguishment between major and minor, as an example, that would be an example of a change that could be made to reflect the business practice in that municipality and the professional experience that Mr. Stone has.
Councillor Roberts and Councillor Rail.
Wow. That's great information. I never saw a bylaw from Seguin. I didn't even know that's where you worked, Steve, so that's okay. But that is the kind of thing I'm looking for. And so why I have been, let's say, against a permit process is because I'm thinking that there would be a lot of people applying for a permit. However, if we upped that, as I suggested, 0.5, but Steve's saying they've got a workable one that's at 1 meter, that would change things for me to then, and I think it would change things for some of the people who are against this bylaw in principle. So I think that's a real shift if we would look and consider that.
A full meter change it's a big change.
If I may, but let's hear from Steve and see if it's workable. And it still would be then, anything over a meter would then trigger that permit system, is what I'm understanding.
So if I may, I'm making the distinction between the 0.3 meter, which is the fill aspect, if I'm correct, Jason, the importing of new fill greater than a foot, where I'm saying the meter, that was to the councillor's comments about hardscaping. What we did is we made the differentiation between a meter retaining wall or something higher than that as a means of not sort of, as you fortifying, if you want to describe it this way, fortifying the shoreline with very large retaining walls. So that was the distinction that we made. So, and I think to Jason's point, he was referring to, referring to minor fill placement, say in excess of a foot of dirt, or to your point, maybe 0.5, whatever that number is, that would be for dirt or soft material coming in, and to Jason's point again about the adding a major component to that would be anything in it, armor stone or landscaping rock in excess of 1 meter in height. For that could be massage of that section as well. So.
Councillor Royale.
Yeah, Steve, thank you very much. It's a tremendous amount of information you're giving us there, and I also agree. I wish we'd had the information, but it just adds more credence to my argument in that if we could have that specified, because you said we would check the box off, we would check the box off. But as somebody who now wants to apply for a permit, why don't I have the ability to check that box off? In which case you could now verify it to determine whether I'm right or whether I'm wrong. But at the end of the day, if that's only 3 of the 50 boxes that I have to check off, I may choose at the end of the time, holy doodle, this is too much work and I'm not going to do it. So taking all of that stuff that you said, simplifying it into it, and then to address what Councillor DeVolen was saying, rather than a Coles Notes, why don't we have it as a schedule? It doesn't change what we're trying to do with the actual environment. It merely changes some of the way that we're applying some of that stuff. So it would make sense to bring it in as a schedule. And that way, if we did decide to change it from 0.3 meters to a half a meter or to 1 meter, whatever that turns out to be, we can do that without having to completely reinvestigate the bylaw. But it's there. It's somebody that can say, hey, look, that's the laws of engagement. And then regarding what Councillor Roberts was saying, it's enforceable. It's not a Coles Notes. It's not an interpretation. It is part of the bylaw. Therefore, if you do not comply, you are in violation or require some kind of amendment process.
Other thoughts? So do we ask for a review of that section and to look at that sort of approach? I see one nodding head. Councillor Schell and then Councillor Moffat.
I think with the new information that we've been given, I too did not realize all of what's just transpired here in the last 5 minutes. So I would definitely like more information and Steve's input to council of how that worked in his former municipality.
Councillor Moffat.
Yeah, I agree. And I did just called up and did a quick run through the big document that we had received before. And yeah, Seguin's in there. So it's a tremendous amount of information about a topic that we don't live in every day. And so certainly if we've missed it, I'm willing to apologize for having missed that, but it just feels a bit piecemeal to me. So I am enjoying the conversation, but we'll go back again to no matter what we do, we have to enforce differently in order to make people understand that if they contravene what the intent of this is, we're coming for them. We're not going to wave a little ticket in their face. We're coming for them because that's what we're trying to stop. And I don't think we have the teeth yet. And I just feel like we're not having a broad enough conversation around punitive action, restoration, rehabilitation. And I think that without having that hammer at the other end, it doesn't matter what we have at the front end. It'll just be misused, worked around, etc.
You know what, quite honestly, I'm not quite sure where we should go from here. Like, we seem to have reached a point where we need to get more information. And can we continue to discuss this document until we get that? Councillor DeVolen, then Councillor Moffat.
I think it seems that there's more than a few points raised by council this morning that, and I can't believe I'm saying this, that they want some clarification on before they can make render some decisions on moving forward with the whole thing. So, and I think there's been 2 or 3 of them raised, and I don't want to wait 3 months, but I'd like us to, as a group, move forward. And I don't, like I say, there's at least a few that I don't think can do that unless they get some more information in some areas. So I would be supportive of that approach.
receiving clarification on those questions that we've raised so far, and then continuing on. Councillor Rail.
Yeah, I think Councillor DeVolen said it very well, but again, I think what we came out of this thing, this last few minutes that we've been talking about, is I think that one of the biggest concerns we're going to have is, even if we have a wonderfully written document, we need to focus on how that's going to be implemented and how it's going to work. And I think everybody has said that in a slightly different way with slightly different options for tools. So I think if we could get that as becoming the more dominant piece of what we're trying to do, and maybe the rest of it will all fall into place once we begin to understand the scope of what we're asking people to do, then we can start looking at some of the other issues that are involved. So I would be more than willing, not to procrastinate, but to get more information so we can make an intelligent decision.
Other thoughts? Councillor Moffat.
I mean, at the risk of extending the day, I see absolutely the value in getting clarification on the things that have been asked thus far. I personally have many, many more questions to ask. And so, you know, as Brent said, or as Councillor DeVolen said, we don't want to wait 3 months. We can't. But is it not important to go through and have those clarifications, the additional clarifications brought back, instead of bringing back clarifications for half of it and then addressing the other half of the document we haven't looked at yet? We have to get clarification on everything so that hopefully it just comes back once.
I don't disagree. Councillor Rao.
The only, and I don't disagree either, but what we're finding is that as we're starting to discuss things, the ripple effect is impacting us everywhere. Every time we talk on one thing, we're hitting something else. And so we've already identified a pile of stuff that's going to require a fair amount of staff. And if we're going to use a consulting information. And I think as we start to preen, or whatever the right word is for investigate, I think you're going to probably find that some of the stuff that we have yet to deal with is going to get identified before it even becomes discussed. Why? Because it's critical to what we need in order to get the things we've already discussed dealt with. So I would have a tendency to say that we probably have just more than we can handle at the moment with what we've done, because I believe it's been very constructive. It's given me one heck of an insight as to where we need to go and what we need to do. And it's now also increased the importance of why we need to do this in an expeditious way. So it's up to the rest of council. But if we could draw conclusions from what we've already done, I think we would probably be doing us more than just adding a bigger elephant.
I don't think we're adding a bigger elephant. I think we're seeking further clarifications. And if Councillor Moffat still has questions about other sections of the bylaw that are separate from this, then why come back with some answers and then go, send the consultants and our staff away with more information later on? I would like to see us work through this as expeditiously as possible. I sure as heck don't want to have to wait a period of time like October to January to call a meeting. I don't think that we can afford to wait that long. So I'm just looking at the time. It's now 12:38, and I think that we probably need to have a lunch break and address some more questions that we've got, so our consultants and our staff know what we need in the area of clarification throughout the entire document. I know we've heard a lot, and we've got still lots of decisions to make, but we've got to do the best job we can. So what say everybody to a break for lunch for, say, 3/4 of an hour enough? So 1:15. Would that work for everyone? Okay, I know that it's a long day and it's taking a long time, but I think we all knew that we were going to have to roll up our sleeves and dig into this. So let's try and work our way through some more and see how we make out. So we'll see everybody at 1:15. Thank you.
And we are back live, Warden Danielson.
Thank you. Welcome back. Hope everybody's a bit more fortified. So assuming that we're going to have a permit of some form for some applications, can we continue to go through the permit section and issuance? Did you want to speak to that, Jason, or we're just putting up the slide for a reference?
Well, so I'm happy just to provide a brief overview if that's helpful,
Okay.
Warden Danielson. So in terms of the issuance, so section 5.3 of the bylaw speaks to issuance of the permit. And as I had indicated at an earlier point in the discussion, this was a feature which wasn't included in the previous draft bylaw. So what section 5.3 is attempting to do, it basically says, provided the director is satisfied that someone has made a complete application in accordance with the bylaw, it essentially compels the director to issue a permit, provided that the application is able to meet the criteria that are outlined in section 5B. And then section 5.4 is a reminder both for bylaw users, is that obviously if somebody is getting a permit underneath the bylaw, it doesn't alleviate them or excuse them from getting any other approval that they are required to undertake in order to do the work that they're hoping to achieve. So those are the two primary sections in issuance, and obviously happy to take any questions that council may have of us.
Are there questions on that section? Councillor Moffat.
Yeah, sorry, I have a question on section 5.2, if I may.
Okay.
I just would like a little more clarification around that. If I appreciate this is probably that built-in flexibility around the ability of the director to waive a requirement, but that would be based on what? Because doesn't that just make the whole application process and plan somewhat discretionary if you build in the ability to waive it? So just looking for sort of the guidelines or circumstances wherein that might be that might occur.
So, excuse me, through you, Warden Danielson. So absolutely correct. So the bylaw does have a provision in there as it relates to discretion. And in writing the bylaw, and I would look to Mr. Stone to perhaps supplement with more additional examples. As we were writing it, we thought, well, we have a definition of minor landscaping in the bylaw that describes activities that would naturally be exempt. There may be other opportunities where the director would want to waive the requirement for the shoreline plan. So not necessarily the application, but the need to submit the detailed plan, and those would be decided on a case-by-case basis. So an example would be, I guess, say that you have a site where it's relatively flat and the amount of work that the individual is proposing to do goes slightly above the requirements that are established in the bylaw, and the individual is going through a parallel approval process where they're required to prepare a plan that would be comparable to what is required under a shoreline plan. In the terms of this bylaw, that would be an example where Mr. Stone or the director would have the ability to use the plan that is prepared through another approval process for the purposes of a shoreline plan under the terms of this bylaw. So I would perhaps look to Mr. Stone to kind of supplement with examples that he's considered, since he's had an opportunity to review the bylaw as well.
Well, the sort of the classic one that I again have experience in was always MNRF or ND MNRF permit system, where they were, for example, you were required to get a permit from them to replace or expand a retaining wall that was in the water. So you needed a permit there. So I can see something like 5 point being allowing me as the director to not require a permit, because the issues that we're concerned about in our bylaw are fully addressed by the permit that's issued by the province and the conditions for its implementation.
Councillor Rail.
Well, wouldn't that be similar in reverse to 5.6? Where now you're not waiving them, you're adding more.
Sorry, just turning my mic back on. So through you, Warden Danielson, that Councillor Ryle is correct. The bylaws is giving the ability to contemplate both situations, which I would suggest the bylaw needs to do. There are instances where you would want to provide some flexibility, and there are instances on other sites where you may want some additional information in order to make an informed decision on the application that's before the county. So the bylaw anticipates both possibilities.
So in that, just to follow up on Jason, that would be, for example, previously MNRF would have issued a boat ramp into a lake that never had a boat ramp, and we would not exempt it from our approval process and allow for council to have a look at that new bit of infrastructure on a lake that previously didn't have it.
Councillor Moffat had her hand up, and then Councillor Roberts.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I've jumped seeing the opposite side of that in section 5.6, and I'm just wondering about, and I appreciate the example that was just provided, that I'm wondering what the determining factors would be for the director to make a decision on economic or social or health and safety and well-being issues. I'm just struggling with what that would be.
Thank you. That was going to be my question as well.
It just seems kind of lofty.
It does. So any comment from either Jason or Steve?
I don't know if Steve wants to go first on this one, but the general, what I would sort of say is, as the drafter of the bylaw, it is framed purposefully high level to give the county the ability to respond to whatever situations will come up in the landscape over the duration of the implementation of the bylaw. That's why it isn't prescriptive in terms of what the necessary performance criteria are. But perhaps Steve can speak to an example from his past career where something like this would have come into play. I could think about one example in Greater Sudbury, but I'll let Steve go first.
Well, I mean, it happens very rarely that you get some aspects of in-water work or structures, and I guess I ran into maybe one or two examples of this, is where people were having, I guess it was not people, but resorts had things like floating structures for people to play in and things like that. And even though, they would be either moored to the shoreline, or they'd be moored to the bottom of the lake bed. And sometimes we would impose conditions that provided greater setbacks from natural features or non-commercial properties that were next door. So I'm not sure if that's an example that helps. That would deal with the economic, social, and environmental aspect of well-being, where we would impose conditions that sort of direct features that are proposed in a development away from some of the abutting sensitive lands.
Thank you for that, Steve. And then through you, Warden, to the councillor. So the other example that I was thinking about, it's in a slightly different context. So in the context of a site alteration bylaw that was really designed to regulate topsoil removal, that bylaw spoke within the terms of the bylaw itself about gravel and dirt tracking beyond the entrance of the property to the roadway. And in certain cases, when individuals were undertaking larger scale operations, as administration, we would exercise this discretionary authority to have a discussion with the applicant about the haul roads that they were proposing to use for their material, especially if it went through a sensitive residential neighborhood. And so the provisions in the bylaw were important because we could use them as a trigger to have the conversation, not dictating where the conversation was going to go, but at least gave administration the ability to ask those questions so that we could fully understand the implications of the operations and what negative impacts it may have off-site. So that provision gives county administration the ability to ask those questions without necessarily, I think, prescribing an outcome in terms of what the answer is.
Thank you, Jason. I have one more example that's a little better than what I gave.
There we go.
Often, what we would do with the blasting sequence blasting bylaw, where there was a lot of blast rock that was being generated from an excavation, we would impose a condition that the excess blast rock would be sent to a local quarry for processing. That way, it wouldn't end up in the shore, on the shoreline or somewhere else in the property that was sensitive.
Does that respond to your question, Councillor Moffat?
Yes and no. Those are great examples. I guess I was wondering, to Jason's example, is that not covered under Schedule B in regards to the fouling of highways? And then to Steven's comment about the M&R jurisdiction and floaty toys and whatnot. We don't have jurisdiction on the lake bed, so make that work for me.
So through you, Warden. So in response to Councillor Moffat's point, yes, there is some overlap between, I'm just looking at Schedule B, Item 9, and the fouling of a highway. And the example that I've provided, for sure, there is some overlap between those two examples.
So to Councillor Moffat's point, while we don't have jurisdiction over the lake bed, we do have jurisdiction over land use. So you can control certain aspects of in-water activities through land use controls. So zoning would be one, site plan control would be a second, and the third you could actually control through this permit system. I mentioned in-water mooring, but more often than not, for example, with docks, they are moored onto the shore. Certainly the small ones are, so we can regulate that through this permit system.
Thank you. Councillor DeVolin.
Yeah, Steve or what are the other two gentlemen? Wouldn't this be pretty analogous to the discretion that's given at the provincial or federal level to ministers with their rules, which are, can be laws or schedules, whatever? Isn't this kind of a municipal equivalent with regards to bylaw and these type of matters municipally?
So through you, Warden, yes, it would be very similar to those authorities.
Councillor Roberts.
Okay, so changing streams, but also still on 5.2. One of the concerns I have there is it references the words adjacent lands, and then also in Schedule A under the last point, number 10, of how to draw a shoreline plan. Item E, it says the location and dimensions of any existing stormwater management or drainage systems on or within 30 meters of the site. When we're referring to all that, are we talking about neighboring properties? Would that not be a separate issue? I can think of an example where that happened in our municipality, but it was, isn't there a drainage act that you can't do work on your property and have it run off onto someone else's property, regardless of in the shoreline? Like, even I'm not on the water, but in my neighborhood, I can't do something that impacts my neighbor's property in terms of water and runoff. So yeah, this adjacent lands, I'm a little concerned about that.
Yeah, so through you, Warden, that's a great question, and council does have the ability to help shape, I think, what adjacent means within the terms of the bylaw, because it is a policy choice for county council. Councillor Roberts is correct in framing the bylaw and the requirements for Schedule A We know that when individuals undertake site alteration, in particular significant site alteration, they have the ability to impact drainage on abutting properties. So what the requirements in Schedule A are attempting to do is to encourage everyone to think holistically about the work that's being undertaken on a given site and trying to anticipate the impacts that that work will have on abutting properties. So that is the intent of the bylaw and the associated requirements in Schedule A.
Councillor Real.
I guess the only challenge I had with that, Steve, I understand, but now I have to get permission from the guy next door to go on his property, depending on how that's set up, so I can go and find out what's going on over there, or am I wrong?
So I would simply say that, let's say, for example, you're dealing with a drainage issue. Certainly, I often encourage people to discuss with their neighbors. That's part of just being neighborly. So there's an opportunity. Failing that, and let's say you have an engineer that has to be called in to deal with significant drainage concerns, they can certainly do a lot of work through what is called a desktop review. So looking at existing documentation and so on and so forth, and that serves to build the information and evidence base for the solution that they have that ensures that there's no offsite. To Councillor Roberts' point, we refer to that post meets pre in terms of runoff, which means hopefully through study they determine what the preconditions are for drainage, and after they put in their solution, that the post matches that precondition, that they don't make things worse. And in some cases with drainage that is required to flow onto, like a creek that goes through an adjoining property, you ensure that you're not diminishing flow as it was beforehand. So,
Councillor Moffat.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate the explanations. It makes it a little more clear. My concern is similar to as has been mentioned already, is, you know, we don't live in the world of the Waltons, and we do have people who are the Hatfields and McCoys. So it would appear that to certainly 10 C and D and possibly E would require going on to or having access to a neighbor's property. And the harsh reality is, as much as we'd like everyone to be neighborly, a lot of people aren't. And so does that mean if someone comes to you with an application and says, but we are warring parties, and I can't provide you the 2-scale drawings by a qualified person on my neighbor's property because I can't get on my neighbor's property? Like that it may only happen once or twice, but it's a realistic possibility, especially over the shoreline bylaw these days with the fighting that's going on. So I just don't want us to put something in place that sounds good philosophically on paper and allows for boxes to be checked when we cannot realistically apply it achievably in the world we live in.
Yep.
And some of these things just seem a bit checkboxy and Pollyanna to me.
So through you, Warden, I appreciate the feedback. I guess maybe I can start and Mr. Stone can kind of supplement. I think the example that Councillor Moffat describes, yes, one would think, you know, in an instance where two neighbors are at that state in terms of their relationship, that the neighbors wouldn't facilitate access. What I would say, though, is based on the existing information that is out in the public sphere today. So if I'm looking at Ontario base maps, just as an example of an online mapping software that's made available from the province, it does have contour related information on that mapping software. So that's one example of the type of information that an applicant could be looking to, which would provide not only contour information on the 2 sites in question or 3 sites in questions, but the entire municipality. So I would say between the amount of information that is publicly available to conduct the desktop mapping exercise that Mr. Stone describes, and if County Council does approve a submission requirement that requires, for example, a surveyor to undertake a topographic survey, well, then the surveyor has legal rights to enter onto any property on Ontario to do the work that a surveyor needs to do. So there are both information and other legislative provisions that are in effect today that would facilitate the productions of the plans that would be anticipated by council. I don't know if Mr. Stone would like to supplement, but I'll leave that to him.
No, I would concur with what Jason said.
Continue.
Yeah, which again, and I, it just feels so clunky because the words that you're saying make sense, but to actually achieve it in our short building season in this community, you can't get a surveyor for 6 months. So, and an engineer, I mean, it's the same thing. So again, I know we're going to look at retweaking some of the language in Schedule A, but some of the most serious concerns are around the requirement of qualified persons. I mean, we don't even require qualified persons in scale drawings in the building department in a lot of cases. So it just, again, we're back to that. It just seems onerous for the average person. And I appreciate that this is for, big works. And maybe it is different or should be different for developers or, big condo developments or subdivisions, that kind of thing. So we just need to take care about the simplification of this process for the average Joe who just wants to do a thing that isn't that bad. And I just think, again, the engineers, biologists, surveyors, they're expensive. They're not easy to get. They're hard to come by. There's huge delays, which creates a domino delay effect in work plans. And
yeah, so through you, Warden, so those are fair points. The councillor is reminding me, though, that I haven't taken the opportunity, I think, to highlight the definition of what a qualified person is as well. Because I know as we drafted the bylaw, that is one of the concerns that we've heard from stakeholders was the capacity within what I'm going to describe as being the local consultant community in order to achieve the requirements and the outcomes that the county council would be seeking. So part and parcel of that, when we look at the definition of qualified person, we did include some language there, and I'm looking at my page 15 of just the standalone bylaw. So the page number will be different in your agenda system, and apologize for that. But so what we've made reference to a qualified person, including but not limiting to an engineer, an architect, a landscape architect, a surveyor, arborist, or forester, or this is the important part, excuse me, or any individual with equivalent knowledge, skills, and experience approved by the county where applicable. So we have broadened the definition a little bit, or a lot, I would suggest, to introduce the possibility that, contractor that has X amount of years of experience, very knowledgeable in the landscape, will very likely be able to provide the county with the information that the county requires in order to make a complete application under the bylaw. So that was the intent of that language change. So we have opened it up, I think, a little bit there.
Go ahead.
but what we haven't said is, as approved by the county, we have talked a little bit about the idea that's been bandied about by many people, including some of us, is having some sort of county provided or approved training or certification project process. But that's where I'm back to this. Things need to dovetail together. One creates the house that Jack built, if this, then that. So until we know what the list of criteria is that's going to approve so-and-so to become a qualified person in Haliburton County, that extends to some of the other aspects in this. And I think that's something, so an education program, we need to talk about that. We need to talk about how the county is going to approve these people, under what circumstances and based on what criteria. And those are very important parts that are connected to the whole thing. And I think they need to be addressed not one at a time, but sort of all at the same time.
Okay, so that's something that we've identified as needing some attention. Are there, go ahead, do you have a question, Councillor Rao?
Yeah, just a comment on 513. It basically says that there will be a tariff fee, or recommending a tariff fee for transfer. It's just, can we have all those kinds of transfer fees and various bits and pieces that are going to be included in the thing put into some kind of a summary related to this is what we alluded to earlier this morning. So we can get an idea of what the cost is going to be for anything and everything that we're asking these people to do.
Councillor Moffat, or I'm sorry, Councillor Kennedy.
Yeah, just to follow up on Councillor Rael's comments. Anytime I see a free introductory offer, I usually click on buy. And so when I look at expiry 5.7, 8, and 9, I see that we're allowing up to 2 years from the for the permit. But if you want an extension, you can only have to do that within 6 months for a fee. And then an extension may be granted for an additional year for a fee. As Councillor Moffat has said a number of occasions, you can't get a surveyor here for 6 months, and now you're going to have to pay an extra extension fee. I would propose that the extension where it says 6 months be changed to at least 1 year, and that we do a review. If the extension is granted with more than 3 months prior, maybe we don't charge a fee. But this whole fee thing is it $50 or is it $1,000? That's a big issue. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for that, Councillor Kennedy, because the whole issue of different fees was, a question that I had as well, that I would like to see, as Councillor Rael said, a list of fees. But of course, that can't include all the fees associated with different kinds of applications, because we don't know necessarily what a surveyor might charge or an arborist or. Councillor Moffat and then Councillor Rael.
Thank you. Yeah, in terms of the sections 5.7, 8, and 9, I think it's an opportunity in following up on Councillor Kennedy's comments. We need to consider the impact of spring load limits, bad weather, the domino effects within the trades, and the short season that we know we have, as well as the challenge with resources. So I think that needs to have a second look to expand for the challenges that we face in the community here.
Okay, Councillor Rael.
Yeah, I'm not interested. Well, and I appreciate where you were going, Warden Danielson, and I misled you, I'm sure, but I was more interested in just the ones that are going to be the source being the county. Yeah. Anything that's outside of that is really not our control, and we can't do anything about it anyway. But if we knew what we were going to be charging these people, then we can kind of get an idea of where we're going. That's all.
Okay, so do we have more questions on section 5? Councillor Kennedy, then Moffat, then Rael.
Section 511, section B, 511B, issued an error. Do we have to reimburse then the landowner if we issued this permit for him to go ahead and then we go, oh, that wasn't right, and he's already started or contracted services? What's our liability on that?
So through you, Warden, I'll take a first stab maybe at the answer. So again, the bylaw is attempting to anticipate all of the possibilities which may occur within the lifetime of the implementation of the bylaw. In the situation that the councillor describes, I would sort of suggest that would be sort of, I don't want to speculate, it would be a legal review that would have to be undertaken on that particular file, and council would receive information at that time in terms of what the right administrative approach is. I know our approach when I was the planning director in Greater Sudbury is if we made an error on a file, we owned the error, the reimbursement would occur to the applicant, and we would continue with processing the application. Just hesitant to provide a complete answer on what happens to the approval where the municipality makes an error in providing a permit issuance. There's been, I think, some court rulings recently. If I'm not mistaken, there was a court ruling on a building in either Toronto or Montreal where a municipality had issued a building permit in error, and what the implications of that meant for the property owner who had received the permit that was issued in error. So I'll stop there, Warden Danielson. Hopefully that answers the question.
Councillor Moffat.
Thank you. Section 5.16. Again, I said earlier that I was going to hammer this one home, but again, that's an enforcement issue. So this one says that the owner shall forthwith restore, rehabilitate, or stabilize And again, unless or until council commits to actually undertake the action, the court actions that will force this to occur, we're left with could, might, should, wait till your father gets home. We're toothless here, and I think we need to really just have more teeth in the enforcement.
Well, and my question about that particular item would be, what if the restoring the site becomes more disruptive than the work that they've done so far? Councillor Moffat.
Well, if I may, and that's what M&R will do. There was an illegal crib dock system put into a nearby lake. M&R was called, they inspected the site, and they said, oh yeah, that shouldn't be there, but you know, it'll cause more damage to the lake bed to take it out, so we'll just leave it. So, you know, are we going to end up saying, is the director going to use his discretion under the previously discussed item about environmental impact to say exactly that well, some bad work has been done and it shouldn't have been done, but it'll be more disruptive and damaging to restore it or tear it out, so we'll just leave it? Are we creating a worse situation?
Well, I don't know if Jason wants to add to this, but I would think that 516, to Councillor Moffat's point about what sort of authority do we have, would actually fall under the section that deals with orders. And you are right, it happens rarely, but in some cases, you do get a situation where it causes more of an impact to actually pull a structure out that's already started to commence. I guess the nuance with the order being issued would, if there was a threat to the environment, that we ourselves would seek out professional advice from possibly our peer review consultants that we retain to come up with an equitable solution to make sure the site doesn't deteriorate or cause further harm.
Councillor,
I would.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Jason.
Oh no, sorry, Warden Dennison. I was just going to agree. I too was going to look at the I think it was section 8 of the bylaw as it relates to orders, to provide some additional context there.
Councillor Rael.
Yeah, I'm looking at 518, and it basically says that if for whatever reason the director cannot make a decision, it would then be forward in 30 days. It would then be forwarded to county council. Does the county council have another 30 days? Or how is this going to go? Because if you add 2 months, plus we have to try to get some people, assuming we get approved, there's that one particular building season gone.
Yeah, so through you, Warden, so it's a good question, because what 518 is attempting to do is to define a service standard for decisions as they relate to applications. So in defining the standard, 30 days seemed like a reasonable time frame. It's a similar time frame that's used for other comparable Planning Act decisions. So that's why the 30 days was selected. And Councillor Ryle is correct. We did not put a service standard on council's decision making, understanding that, you know, various issues come to county council, and we didn't want to sort of incorrectly predict how long it would take to get an item to go on the agenda. So this could, if this aspect is triggered, if a decision is not made within 30 days and an appeal to county council, this could result in a project being deferred to a subsequent construction cycle, depending upon when the application was submitted and when the appeal was launched and everything else that's on county council's agenda at that given point in time. So there is a risk, which I'm acknowledging.
Councillor Moffat.
Yeah, in terms of the appeals process, I think this needs a really close look. I think that, you know, the purpose of policy is to remove persons from a decision-making process, and this reverses that completely. And while I appreciate at the front end, you know, months and months ago, I'd said, well, there's no appeal process here. It now seems like you can appeal, anybody can appeal anything, and I think it will create chaos. I think you'll find that based on section 5.19, somebody who has the time and interest in will appeal everything. And I'm concerned with delays again in the already short working season, and again, the domino effect in the trades and the pre-planning required. So I just think we need to be careful about how we do this. I think someone somewhere along the line had mentioned the possibility of creating some sort of resolution committee of persons. I don't know. I just think it needs more discussion around what that would look like.
Councillor Devon and then Councillor Kennedy.
Yeah, the Councillor Moffat's comment is why with CBOs and municipal, there are very narrow and very difficult avenues for people to appeal this, so that the world, in many instances, beyond their boss or even members of council, that to meddle in it, and over time, that kind of why that evolved that way, to cover the fear that County Councillor Moffat has. So appeals are a very slippery thing. To me, it needs to be a very narrow gate for anybody to get through, so it could not be used capriciously, much like the OMB was in its initial conception.
Councillor Moffat.
Yes, it's section 5.19 may appeal to the county or its delegate. Who might a delegate be? And who pays for them?
So through you, Warden Danielson, so the introduction of the term delegate was to get or to provide the possibility of the scenario that Councillor Moffat earlier described, where there is almost like a referral body that is created by county council to adjudicate these matters. So the term delegate would allow county council to make that choice should it choose to.
Councillor Kennedy.
Yeah, just further on that, similar to a committee of adjustment that we have in place now, is what my thoughts were. So then the final appeal maybe would go to council, but for the most 90% of these would be dealt with by a delegated committee.
Who would be required to meet within a specified period of time? Okay, any other questions on that section? I guess on section 5. Right, we're into administration.
Okay, well, thank you, Warden Danielson. So section 6 of the bylaw deals with administration, and so section 6, in a way, is intended to be read in conjunction with section 5. So it completes the thought of section 5, if you will. So what it's doing is it is formally transferring delegated authority to the director to implement the bylaw. And what it's doing in section 6.2, and I think this was a feature that was absent from the previous draft bylaw, is establishing what the director's responsibilities are within the context of administering the bylaw. So obviously the director will receive and process all permits, administer the issuance of the permits in accordance with the provisions of the bylaw. Some of this, sounds obvious, but it's important to, I think, record these thoughts administratively. Shall sign all the shoreline permits, shall maintain and keep records, shall generally perform all functions incidental to and necessary for the due administration and compliance and monitoring of the bylaw. So there's a general piece there around framing up the director's responsibilities, talking about how the director may create and require the use of forms and other documents. And then in 6.4, that's a fairly general provision that we see in a lot of bylaws, and it's just clarifying that county council has the same powers as the director. So notwithstanding the fact that you're delegating these authorities and you're putting some parameters on them, you're reminding everyone that county council as a governing body has the same responsibilities and the same duties as the director under the bylaw. So I would describe 6 as an administrative section.
Councillor Kennedy.
Yeah, just given the conversation, the last one, would it be appropriate to add county council or its delegate would have the same powers, just for continuity? Yeah. If we decide to go that route, it's already there.
That's a fair point.
Councillor Rao.
Just saying the same thing for the director? if he designates somebody to do it on his behalf?
There is an allowance for a delegate for the director already. Councillor Moffat?
Yeah, thank you. I'm not sure, madly pages and pages. I'm not sure if this fits here. One of the things that, well, many things, wondering about, planners are planners, and planners have specific education, knowledge, experience in a broad range of land use planning applications. And if this bylaw allows for or provides for assistance from other experts, biologists, landscape architects, engineers, and etc., where's the mechanism that wherein a landscape architect, a planner, a director of planning, a planner is not a landscape architect, neither are they an engineer, a biologist, or a surveyor. So could we end up in a situation in this, in what already feels like a tremendously onerous process, where a planner is making a decision based on something that somebody who's an expert in another field has provided? And how would that get resolved? Would the planner, by using other areas of this document, be able to hire another landscape architect to peer review the application submitted by the landscape architect on behalf of the owner? Like, how, you know what I mean? But the way I read this, those opportunities for further complication exist, and it drives me insane.
Yeah, so through you, Warden, I appreciate the question, and I would sort of say, as a planner, Councillor Moffat is right. In a way, we're being asked to be generalists and to know an awful lot about a whole bunch of different things, because our job as planners is to, bring forward an informed and on balance recommendations to kind of decision makers. So I think that comes part and parcel with the responsibilities of being a land use planner. What this bylaw, I think, contemplates is, in particular as it relates to the permits, is that the director of planning would be relying on other professionals, potentially, so a landscape architect or an engineer, who would be making statements through the application and the submission of plans and reports that the proposal meets the terms of the bylaw. And that is, consistent, looking at different land use planning approval processes right across the province. That's I would sort of say a standard feature. And then to the third point, it is possible for administration, if they don't feel like they have the skill sets in-house, to require a sort of a peer review system. We didn't put anything in the bylaw that specifically spoke to peer review, as I recall, but there are some authorities in the bylaw which could be interpreted to allow a peer review system. And I would sort of say in certain cases that may be warranted, especially if you're dealing with large, complex proposals. You may encounter a situation, or your staff may encounter a situation, where they would like to get a different perspective on something. And there are some cases where those fees are charged back to the applicant. And there are other cases where those fees are incurred by the municipality and subsidized by the municipality. So I think maybe this goes back to the point around tariff of fees. And if County Council is interested in understanding what that looks like, then I think could bring some additional information to bear on those questions.
Councillor DeVolen.
Would that be much dissimilar to site plan control that we use for commercial things, that we can have a request for peer review? Wouldn't it be very simple, or a carbon copy of the same type of process?
So through you, Warden, yeah, not overly familiar with that process, but generally, yes, it would be similar to the model that you're familiar with. I know Brent and I, in another context, act as peer reviewers for a municipality on planning applications. So it is a common feature that a lot of municipalities use.
If I may just add to Councillor Moffat's point that she was asking about, I mean, I would go back to sort of dealing with it from a good practice standpoint. I've always adhered to this approach, is that if you have a qualified person submitting submitting documentation, whether it be a Planning Act application or in this case, a permit application, you rely on the expertise of that person who's submitting that. More often than not, and was my experience with Sequin, is we didn't, if an arborist was dealing with the health of the trees and submitted a proposal for removal of some diseased trees, I wouldn't second guess that because I'm not qualified. As Jason says, planners have even though we're generalists, we are obligated professionally not to step outside of our bounds as professional planners to deal with things like ecology and so on and so forth. So, and to Jason's point about site plan control, typically if you're engaged in a site plan control process, then you're actually dealing with the Planning Act stuff, and there's already a built-in system for identifying natural features and then having professionals study them, and then we through our municipal plan review function can actually engage a consultant to peer review that. So that's all I have to add with that point.
So any more questions on the administration section? Councillor Ryle?
Yeah, I'm probably going to get myself into a bit of trouble here for having a very bad memory. But I was just looking at something that I had missed, and it was related to the Schedule B section, and it's just something that I wanted to ask. It says the owner shall maintain an approved shore plan on the site. Typically, we post the permit and not the site plan. Is there a particular reason why we would want to post the shoreline plan rather than the permit? Sorry about that question.
Yeah, no. So through you, Warden, no apologies necessary. So the idea of requiring the shoreline plan was so that anyone who had any neighbors that may have questions associated with the proposal could visit the site and see at a broad brushstrokes what is being proposed for the property, without necessarily having to call the municipality, ask for a copy of the plans, etc. So I've seen both models used, Councillor. In this case, that was the rationale for putting the approved shoreline plan on site. And then, of course, the other reason is if the municipality sends someone out to do inspections, that shoreline plan is there and is available for anybody who's attending the site on behalf of the municipality to do the work that they need to do. And also, it's just part of good record keeping on the contractor's part. Shoreline plan is on site. Everybody knows what needs to be done because the shoreline plan is there, and no one has the excuse of saying that the shoreline plan is not on the site. And so they were unaware of what had to be done.
Go ahead.
I just think that probably if that, and I have no argument with your argument, it makes sense, but I still think a copy of the permit should be there too, because we have all our building permits are posted. I don't know why we wouldn't post it. If we were going to issue a permit anyway, why wouldn't we post that as well?
Okay, the next section is under inspection and compliance monitoring.
Yeah, so we'll go down. Thank you, Mike. You've anticipated my next my next comment. So Section 7 then deals with inspection and compliance monitoring. And so basically, 7.1 says that the bylaw shall be enforced by the director or by an officer of the county. Section 7.2 gives the director or the officer the ability to enter upon the land at any reasonable time for the purpose of carrying out an inspection. And as part and parcel of that process, 7.3 spells out some of the authorities that either the director or the officer has while they're attending the site. Building on the last discussion about the requirements as around Schedule B, 7.4 requires the property owner or the applicant to maintain documents and record on site so they can be produced upon request of the director or officer to review. There's a provision in 7.5 relating to receipts and just making sure that, again, good documentation management is implemented and those records are maintained on site. And then the balance of the section just goes on to sort of articulate, I would sort of say, some additional administrative requirements. And then importantly, at the end, section 7.8, basically what that section is attempting to say is that when the director or officer is on site, they're there on behalf of the county and they're fulfilling a very important public function. And that, generally speaking, no one should be seeking to either hinder or obstruct or attempt to hinder or obstruct, the efforts of the director or officer when they're attempting to implement the provisions of the bylaw. So this section is a fairly standard section that we would sort of see in bylaws of this type, and I think it kind of covers all of the bases in terms of inspection and compliance monitoring, but happy to answer any questions that County Council has.
Under section 7, Council Moffat.
Thank you. 7.1, again, with the bolded word officer, I just want to circle back again that we need to agree on the working relationship between the upper and lower tiers. And section 7.6, et cetera, and provides the necessary facilities. What are those? What does that mean?
Sorry, you'll forgive me, I'm going back up to section 7.6. I was looking at the definition of officer at the same time. So necessary facilities could be interpreted to mean let's take the scenario that this is in an off-season or an inclement weather day, then it would be the facilities to you'll excuse the use of the double word facility, but it would be the facilities to facilitate the sampling and the reporting that needs to occur on site. That's what it means. It basically means that folks will accommodate the inspection and the compliance process and will use reasonable efforts to accommodate the activities of the director of the officer while they're on site, including the taking of samples and the facilities to look at the samples while you're on site doing that work. So it's a generic section that we've carried forward from another bylaw, which we thought, again, would make sense to have here. Over the life of the bylaw, you may require, or you may anticipate a scenario where you'd want to have that legislative authority as a county. So I'm not sure if that answers the question, Councillor. It was a bit of a lengthy answer for which I'll apologize.
No, it does. You're saying it's general and it's meant to provide that there's a requirement to accommodate that work. That makes sense.
Any other questions on that section? Okay, we'll move on to the section about orders.
Okay, so we can move down to the next slide, please, Mike. So basically the section on orders does a number of different things. And so what I'll do is without going through all of the provisions because they're relatively lengthy, I'll just focus what's on the slide here. So basically this section does what you expect a bylaw of this type to do. And what it does is ensure that the directors or officers can make orders in the event that somebody has contravened the bylaw. And the order can require that the individual stop work, or the order can require that the individual rehabilitate the site to bring it into conformity with the bylaw itself. Importantly, what this section does is it ensures, and it's very clear, that the work is done at the owner's expense, but importantly, the county can step in to do the work at the owner's expense as well, to ensure that there isn't any additional obligation to county taxpayers, to step in and correct a situation when something has gone wrong, if you will. This section also allows the county to recover costs through various means, including the posting of securities, again, which is a standard requirement for applications of this type, or by adding costs to the tax roll, which again is a standard municipal practice in a variety of service areas. And what it does is, for anybody that has served an order, again, going back to the conversation around appeal, what this section does is it allows the individual who has received an order to appeal that order to county council for some sort of deliberation and consideration, and potentially an alternative decision. So I'll stop there, Madam Warden, and I'm happy to take any questions on section 8.
I've got a question on 8.3. Requiring work to be done even though the facts which constitute a contravention of the bylaw were present before the bylaw came into effect. Can you explain that?
Yeah, so what that provision is designed to do is to give the county the ability to sort of, it's minimizing the debate around when the work occurred. So this provision allows the county to say, there's a contravention of the bylaw, let's talk about how we're going to fix it. Because often what will happen in instances like this, and we've heard it through the discussion today and earlier discussions, is someone will sort of say, well, that work or that contravention happened 5 years ago, and that's not my responsibility, or that contravention happened at some point in time before I became involved. And so what this section does is allows those opportunities for those types of conversations to be minimized so that the county can get to the heart of the matter, which is how can the contravention be rectified.
But if we're saying that pre-existing developments are not included as part of the requirements of this bylaw, that seems to contradict that.
I was just going, as you were saying that, Madam Warden, I'm thinking that this is maybe something we can clarify relative to earlier sections in the bylaw, because that is not the intent of this section.
Okay. And just before we go to other questions, I'm wondering, when it talks about drawing on securities posted, I would hope that that would be included in the list of fees, so we've got an idea what we're talking about when it comes to securities, or might it be like a percentage of the overall cost of the project?
Okay.
And then I saw Councillor Moffat's hand.
Yeah, thank you. I'm still, we're after lunch. I'm still not clear on 8.3. If Jason could drag me slowly through that. So does that mean that this allows somebody to go back and take action on work that was done 5 years ago or not?
So through you, Warden Danielson, yes, it is after lunch, and you'll forgive me because I am beginning to lose my voice a little bit. But the idea is, and I can see the concern, the section appears like it's retroactive, and it's open-ended retroactive, I think is how I would sort of describe the feedback that I'm sort of hearing. That is not the intent of the section. The intent of the section is to minimize the opportunities for those conversations to occur. And so to Warden Danielson's point, if an individual has improved their property 10 years ago, the intent is not to use this section to go to those sites and say you now have to bring yourself into compliance with the bylaw, because we've said quite clearly throughout the process that that was not the intent of the bylaw. This is a section which is designed to minimize the conversations that I've described earlier, where somebody would say, so I'll give you an example. In my former role, it was quite common for individuals to clear cut their sites and then to come into the city to apply for a lot grading plan. And the individuals that would make the lot grading plan application for them, the professionals that would make the application, were often retained at a point after those activities were undertaken. So what this provision of the bylaw is designed to do is to say, in instances like that, where somebody has undertaken that type of activity in clear contravention of the bylaw and is coming forward to make an application to saying that a cleared shoreline was the existing natural state, this section of the bylaw is designed to give the county the ability to go in and say, hold on a second, that's not the case. We have evidence which suggests that the shoreline was cleared 5 days ago. Let's have a conversation about that.
Okay.
So does that help?
Yes.
Other questions on section 8? Councillor Moffat.
Yeah, it dips back and forth between 8 and 11 around the securities. So I'm kind of jumping ahead, but other than it being mentioned in conditions, and you'd mentioned, Madam Warden, about, or somebody did, about it needing to be included in a fee bylaw, I don't see the conditions and circumstances under which this applies anywhere in the document. So it says, section 11 says, where a security deposit is required in accordance with the bylaw. But there's nothing about the circumstances under which that would be required. Unless you're saying a security deposit is required for everything. There's something missing there. You know, a security deposit will be required for works greater than a value of $250,000, or, you know, a security deposit will be required for, I don't know. But there is no list of conditions wherein that section would be applied, and yet it is referenced a couple of other places, including in section 8.
Yep. So through you, Warden Danielson, so the intent in the drafting of the bylaw was to ensure that there would be a security deposit applied for every project, and I think what 11.1.b is attempting to articulate what that would be. So in the amount of 100% of the estimated costs to maintain site control measures, stabilize the site, undertake any work anticipated in 11.1.a. So it was intended to apply to all instances, and we didn't put a specific dollar value on it. So it would be required for every permit, yes.
Follow up. Then section 11 should not open with saying where a deposit is required. It needs to say somewhere, it needs to say all projects require a deposit.
Fair.
The language is unclear.
That's clear. Councillor Rao, did I see your hand up?
Yeah, going back to what we're just saying, like, I just to follow up on the amounts, should we not be just identifying a specific amount? Or again, if the project is smaller, would there be a set fee? I'm not sure. Because, you know, when you start looking at a set fee on a project that's worth $2,000, you got one number. And then if you got one that's 250, 300,000 bucks, you got a completely different kettle of fish. So in this tariff thing, which I think we've all been wanting to look at, could we not somehow identify a bit of that in there so that we know, or the person who's taking on this project would have an idea of how much it's going to cost, and also plus what they have to secure in the event.
I believe I did ask for securities and how they're determined to be included in the list of fees. Councillor DeVolen?
All of those numbers, including this, do they not or should they not be included in the fees and charges bylaw that would have to be presented?
And or listed as an additional schedule to this bylaw, which might be easier to see that right attached to the same document. Thoughts from consultants or staff?
Certainly, Warden Danielson, I know from our perspective in drafting the bylaw, the bylaw itself defers to the county's tariff of fees as being the home for county fees, if you will, but I would look to Mr. Rutter or Mr. Stone to supplement. I'm not sure if they had a different thought in terms of the approach to fees.
Go ahead.
No, sorry, go ahead, Mike.
No, I guess I was just going, I mean, all of our fees are required to be in there. That, you know, once a year, that is, you know, it's mandatory that our tariff of fees bylaw be reviewed. So yeah, they would all be included in there. What I am hearing though is that council would like to see a summary of all the fees and securities that would be associated with this bylaw in a staff report, so that you can have a sense of what they would be or what would apply to this bylaw. So, you know, I think the resolution that I've been drafting as you've been going along will include that.
Well, and also that be maybe attached to this bylaw as well as a schedule, just so it's all in one document, so that, you know, when somebody sees, okay, there's a fee for this, now I've got to go and find another bylaw to find out what that fee is. I mean, is there any issue with them being listed in both places? one approves the fees, the other one informs.
Yeah, if I may, if we, through the application, creation of the application form, you can actually put the fees in the actual application form. If we have one fee or a graduated system of fees, you can actually list them all there. So that may be, rather than to actually include them in the actual bylaw, you could have it in the actual application form.
I think you're hearing a graduation of fees as opposed to one fee.
No, again, I would reserve the fee structure to council's discussion. I just know in my research that some conservation authorities, some municipalities have one fee for their permit application, and some they go through minor, medium, major, and they sort of define what constitutes that. So I think it's something that we can present to council, and council can discuss it further.
Okay, any further thoughts on that, Councillor Moffat?
Yeah, I'm going to say it again around the orders. Under section 8.4, in default of any of the work required under section blah, 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 it says may be done by the county. Okay, I get that. Can we not also, I'm looking for teeth again, can we not also say may be subject to litigation? Because, and the whole idea that there's day after day, like $10,000 a day, I understand all that. But once someone cuts down all their trees and pays their $925 fine and then replants some saplings, they're away to the races. And that's what people are doing now. So I'm still looking for the hammer, the teeth, where the threat of what the county could do will make people second guess some of these panic projects. And forgive me if I'm not getting it, but I just don't see where the teeth is. What I see is might, could, may, maybe. I don't see we're going to put a pair of cement shoes on you. That's what I'm sorry, but that's what I'm looking for.
So if I may, the next section, section 9, offenses and penalties, actually refers to orders in the first line. So that's your cement shoes. So if we issue an order and they don't abide by that, then they are subject to possibly the part 1 offense that I discussed earlier, or if it's egregious, as you say, that they were required to put in 100 trees and they were a certain size and they ended up putting in 3 trees and it's their sticks, then you can pursue them on that section of the bylaw. So.
But we haven't had a conversation about what we as council would like the department to direct. So you're absolutely right. You've just raised a really good point. So somebody could pay the $925 and replant some sticks and they still have their 30-year view, which satisfies their personal purposes. So council needs to be the ones to say that you have to have mature trees spaded in at your cost, as opposed to sticks. Like, I'm not talking out my elbow here. We don't have any teeth, and I see what the words say on the page, but council hasn't said that it wants any further teeth than what's here. And I'm sorry, but a $925 fine and the order to plant 50 little saplings is not a punitive measure that's going to make somebody think twice about doing it. And that's what we need. We're not talking about Johnny and Jill who want to put a hot tub in. We're talking about people who are undertaking deliberate and egregious violations of what we all know is wrong. And the words that are on this page here do not have enough teeth. And I'm not hearing any commitment from anybody else on this screen. And I don't think that section 9 is cement shoes, because we haven't had a conversation to direct them.
Councillor Roberts, then Councillor DeVolen.
Just, I know with our tree bylaw, we've had James Rogers come and do presentations, and they don't plant sticks or saplings. If people are in contravention of our current tree bylaw, they have to plant trees of similar size. So, if we want a refresher from him and how our tree bylaw is being enforced and and followed through when there have been infractions of that bylaw. I think maybe that would be a good refresher of where to go. But people aren't allowed to just plant saplings when they cut down a 6-inch tree. They do have to do far more restitution than that. But this is back to my point. I swear I've been quiet pretty much the last hour. I think the whole system of having a permit just adds layers and layers and more layers of complications and controversy. Whereas a bylaw that says this is what you can do, this is what you're not allowed to do, and have it voluntary compliance. I think we're right. We are absolutely setting ourselves up for a disaster here if we follow through with this permit system, specifically in year 1 or 2. I think starting with some kind of a back to the drawing board almost bylaw of reinforcing our tree bylaw, putting in some hardscaping, putting in some things that you can or cannot do, or whatever the language is. But having this permitting system is absolutely layers bureaucracy.
I've got a feeling that I can see what you're saying about small projects. But when it comes to some of the big projects that we're doing and our ability to act on them, I think permits required. And a lot of this information is required. Councillor DeVolen.
Yeah, with respect to 9.2 A and B, would the provincial government or the courts let us omit the first offense and immediately jump to step 2, so it becomes like hunting infractions? The reality is the threat is at a high enough standard that it does it. Would they allow us to write the bylaw this way? I would guess not, but I just like the question answered if you could.
Mr. Stone.
I would, in terms of practicality of enforcing the bylaw, you want both the option to issue a ticket and take them to Superior Court. That's my experience. Part 1 tickets serve for the minor violations, correct? Somebody puts in a small retaining wall too close to the water or in the water, you can issue them a ticket, you get their cooperation and have them remove it. The second offense are for your big projects. I'll give you an example. We had a violation on Lake Joe where the landowner and his contractor blasted a sizable hole for a 10,000 square foot house and pushed all the blast rock into the lake and destroyed all the trees between the house and the lake. At the end of the day, he was required to replant the entire front of his property. And there was an agreement and an order was issued. Site plan control was put on his property to ensure his re-landscaping occurred. And he was obligated, ultimately the plan that was approved was $5 million worth of landscaping. And we had a performance bond against him to ensure that everything took hold and would be reviewed on an annual basis, and then the release of securities would occur on the 5th year after an arborist had gone in and verified all the things on the plan were thriving. So there, like I said, in that case, you would have gone the route of laying the information to get in Part 3 summons to go to court on that particular project.
Councillor Moffat, then Councillor Kennedy.
That's the cement shoes I'm looking for. So what I'm looking for is, and I want to say sorry, but I'm sorry, I'm not. I'm looking for the other members of council to say, I agree that we need to agree that that's the direction we would want the director to undertake, that we are taking these contraventions seriously and we're going to do it, because we haven't had any conversation that that's the direction that council is giving staff under this section. And that's all I want to hear.
Councillor Kennedy, then Councillor DeVolen.
Yeah, on this, I had rewritten 9.2. I took out the words on a first offense. So it would read as liable to a Part 1 provincial offenses ticket of $9.25 or to a fine of not less than $1,000 and not more than 100,000. So the guy who cuts down an extra tree or puts a hot tub in the wrong place, so it's in there that the discretion is there for the officer to give a provincial offenses ticket, but automatically, if it's a bigger infraction, it goes to the Part B. And then, which means court, right? Is my understanding.
Councillor DeVolen.
To answer Councillor Moffat's question, if you'll recollect in the previous term of council, I'm on the record as wanting to have as big a fines for contravention of the existing bylaw that we have, and I wouldn't have spent the last 2 years of my time if I wasn't looking for steel-toed boots to deal with these issues.
Yeah, I agree. Councillor Rao.
Yeah, I'm just concerned about some of the phrasing. I have no problem with putting people in their place, but I'm looking at 9.1 and it states out is guilty, and then I'm looking at another one and it says is convicted, and then another one that says alleged, and then upon conviction. Is the guy guilty or not, or is there a process by which we determine that? Because I'm reading this and I'm not really sure as soon as he issues the notice he's guilty. Because if we're going to take what we're going to do, and I have no problem with that, then I want to make darn sure that this bylaw doesn't set it up so that we're not really sure what the hell we're going to do. Because the guy's either guilty from the get-go and he appeals, or he's allegedly guilty and then we convict him. That's the way it should be worded in some way, shape, or form, and be consistent in the way the wording is.
Consistency is important. Point well taken. Councillor Moffat. Okay, so anything more on offenses and penalties? Can I just get from members of council who haven't been quite as active in the discussion some agreement that we're looking for a hammer when needed? Okay, you've got nods all around, pretty much. Councillor Roberts?
No, I'm just not feeling the best, but anyway, I think we're all probably, this has been a very long day. I'm just having some issues with my, my arm. So,
I'm having some issues
and
too.
I'm fine. I like I said, I referenced our tree bylaw that we have. We went through that process. A ticket is one thing, the restitution is another thing. And I think that, Steve Stone just told us somebody they made him spend $5 million to put something back. That's egregious. I think that we have that tool as well, and we are using that tool currently. So I think it isn't just the fine, because if it was just the fine, people will just do whatever they want and pay fine. It's putting it back to protecting the shore. It's planting those major snowblower. Okay, anyway, it's making sure that the property is brought into compliance.
Okay, so that concludes discussion on that section for now. We've asked for a section or a listing of fees and securities. So are there any other questions about section 10? Hearing none. Under securities. And of course, we've got the comment about where is this required in. I think we've already kind of talked about that being included in the list of fees, and to clarify, the idea that securities are required for anything that requires a permit. Are there other questions on the securities section? Councillor Rao?
Just a question regarding the securities, but so every permit required a security, or only permits affecting a certain site? And this is where I'm having some challenges. It's like, so if I want to go in and just get a permit that's going to require a couple of $1,000 worth of stuff, so there's going to be a fee for that, and I'm no problem with it. I just want clarity. So there's going to be like a $50 deposit on that one, or and so on and so forth. Is that what I'm understanding, or is the fee, security program fee, whatever we're talking about here, is only going to take effect if
a permit is required?
anytime a permit is required?
That's where we landed.
Okay.
Were there questions on well, I guess we should talk about whether there's any questions on severability. The transition was something that I did want to talk about. I think that I heard from Councillor Moffat that there was some, I think that we're presently considering a 3-year term, and I would like to see that brought down to 1 year. But I would like to hear discussion on that. I saw Councillor DeVolen's hand, then Councillor Moffat.
I guess my interest would be when we hash out some of these other to give my answer on that, but my answer is probably philosophically closer to the wardens.
Okay, Councillor Moffat, then Councillor Shell.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. I think that we're looking at transition and review, and I think the review needs to happen sooner. I think the transition depends on what direction we intend to go, which we haven't decided because we have lots of clarifications coming. Something that I wonder around the review period is something that we've heard a lot about, and we've asked ourselves amongst ourselves is, as I think as Pat said earlier, when you see something that's, a bargain deal, you move on. So we don't know what the scope and intent of this is. There could be 10 applications, there could be 1,000. We don't know. We have to admit that. We don't know how many will be might be appealed or what complications might arise. And I know it's a lot of work, but I wonder about having some sort of audit framework built in at the front end so that it's easier to tabulate the results at the back end of the first year, and possibly even including an internal only dry run billing system so that at the review time, we'd be able to say we had, this is what it would look like when you attach dollars to it. Because we are, free is great, but we all share the concern about not knowing what it's going to look like and what it could be at the end of the year. And we don't want to end up going egads. So I think some sort of audit framework at the front end might assist in the tabulation of the outcome for the review process, but it would be a lot of work.
Okay. So there's nothing, oh, I'm sorry, Councillor Shell, my apologies.
That's okay. I was just going to agree that I feel like 1 year would be a lot wiser, especially this early on and just figuring things out. And I think that 3 years might be too much. And I like some of the comments that Carol made as well, as far as the audit.
Okay, thank you. So we've got, as part of the bylaw itself, the definitions. Now, were there questions or concerns about definitions? I'm assuming that most of these definitions came from the Planning Act, provincial documents, our official plan.
That is correct.
Councillor Moffat.
Yeah, I think as we've gone through the document, we've clarified where we think there needs to be additions or clarifications or a few more details added, and would look forward to those things being brought back to us for review, particularly around the what might allow a qualified person to be somebody without letters after their name. I think that's the most important part.
Okay. Do you gentlemen feel like you have clear direction on what we want brought back to us?
I believe I do, yes.
Okay,
I think you've given us a lot to go on, yes,
and you'll have that ready in 2 weeks' time?
for sure.
Councillor Moffat.
Okay, I promise this is my last kick at the cat. So I made a little list of things. I mentioned a few of them at the first about sort of the bottom line for me. We talked about controlling hardscaping, which this is what we're doing. This is big earthworks, right? This is not Jenny and John's hot tub kind of thing. Tree bylaw, we already have in place. Andrea's spoken, or Councillor Roberts spoken a little bit about that. Is it only me? Is anyone else interested in including pesticides and fertilizers, even if it's motherhood? Thank you. Others too. And what about lawns to the lake?
I got a question.
Councillor DeVolen.
I have an interest in those. This is a complicated enough breadth in this. I'm as interested in those things as you are, Councillor Moffat, but I think they should be done separately and not in this.
I think the question was raised when we first talked about fertilizers. The concern was raised about how do we know that somebody's put fertilizer on their lawn? Other than the fact that it's emerald green and perfect. I mean, you have to catch them putting it on there.
How do we know that tree didn't come down in a storm?
Yeah. Doesn't have any saw marks.
I think we have to make the mistake, we have to make the statement, no fertilizer. And let it go from there.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. Because it might be just as simple as that. Councillor DeVolen and then Councillor Moffat.
No, and a simple statement like Councillor Kennedy poses no problem. I'm just thinking if it was going to be more complex, other jurisdictions have said that you can't sell those products within the jurisdiction, whatever, but that doesn't preclude them from buying them somewhere else and bringing them here. So a motherhood kind of statement that we don't want any of those, I have no problem with. But if we're going to go beyond that, then I think it will be a complicated enough thing in its own right.
And what about lawns? How do we address that? Councillor Kennedy.
Well, I would think that the way to do it is with a carrot and not a stick. I'd like to see you come forward and you approach the county and say, listen, I bought this cottage, but it's all lawn. I know that's not right. Is there an incentive program for me to restore my property? Such as, I'm just using this as an example. Is there a deduction off my county portion of my taxes for the next 5 years or until it's completed? Something like that might work to incentivize people to return their properties to a natural state rather than holding some kind of a stick over them. I'm just thinking that might be an alternate way.
I'm not sure that we can do that, reduce their taxes for that purpose. I don't know that we've got the ability to do that. I mean, that's like, I get the education piece, no question about it. The incentives kind of concern me because, I mean, we've got a policy about donations and isn't an incentive giving somebody money to do work on their property like a donation? And I mean, would you like it if your taxpayers went into, providing hundreds of dollars worth of material to me for a specific?
If it enhance the quality of my lake, probably would. Isn't there a way to make a zone like a waterfront, a community improvement area? And then there's other tools in the toolbox that can be used?
Councillor Moffat.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's really important to look at this. We can't stand here and stamp our feet about lawns to the lake being one of the biggest contributors to poor lake health, and then not commit to doing something about them. So there are people who are going to say, how dare you, and I'll go on a limb here, no pun intended. But I mean, if you want to have a lawn because you don't like spiders and bugs and things, maybe you shouldn't be living in cottage country. So how do we encourage people? So we can make a statement, again, perhaps motherhood, that lawns to the lake are are bad and are, you can't have one. And then use education and possibly a CIP program to encourage those who do have them to slowly change them. I'm not saying forced, because there are some people who, I think I can hear the email inbox dinging now.
I
And
think
I
we
get
got
it.
3 in the last minute.
But you got to remember that there are 2 sides to this argument. On one side of this debate are a whole bunch of people who are asking us to do something about pesticides, fertilizers, and lawns. So I'm not saying cement shoes for lawns, but that needs to be part of the education program. And if it comes under a CIP, then that's great. I think we just need to do something about it.
Councillor DeVolen, then Councillor Roberts.
To the 3 gentlemen that have expertise in this, has anybody in Ontario used a CIP to deal with some of the aforementioned items there? And a lot of the criticism gets to be that some of these egregious things happen, when something was built a long time ago. Is there a mechanism to incentivize some of those properties? They wouldn't necessarily have to become closer to compliance of the rules that they are today. Has anybody used as a tool across that whole spectrum of things that you're aware of in Ontario?
Go ahead, Steve.
Thank you. Well, the closest thing I can tell you is that this district of Muskoka has a program that they do annually, that they have summer students go out and assess shoreline health. And if it is a failing grade on that shoreline quality, then they actually approach the landowner and ask them if they want to improve it. They give them the means to do that in the sense of literature. And the district actually has something that they put towards their, I guess it's their budget, that allows people to apply for very degraded shorelines for monies to help them restore it. So that is a program that I know works. It's not a very big program. They don't have a lot of funding for it, but they certainly do take advantage of that. And they may get up to 5 shorelines on their way to restoration every year.
Councillor Moffat, and then Councillor Roberts. I'm sorry, Councillor Roberts, and then Councillor Moffat.
Oh, thank you. I just, back to the fertilizer pesticides use, I think that it would be great if we could do something about that and have some kind of policy in place. But if that bylaw that we're looking at right now is a site alteration bylaw, I would suggest it wouldn't be in this. It needs to be a separate document. And as well, then that whole point of the lawns to the lake and the properties, and that's come up time and time again, what about all the existing properties out there, lawns to the lake, and et cetera, to look at ways that we can incentivize, educate, encourage, and continue that. And I don't know, Steve, if what you're just referring to is like Love Your Lakes, because we've had that here, and there was some example on Kashega-Wigmore where someone did restitution through that program. Anyway, or maybe that was the Lake Association, pardon me, but it was because of the Love Your Lakes program. So I think both of those things are very, very important, but should be separate from this document.
Councillor Moffat.
Yeah, I mean, every waterfront property owner on a lake that was part of the Love Your Lakes program received their personalized report, which is a private document with that property owner's being the only person who can access it. But there was, 13,000 properties. And so then in theory, there's potentially 13,000 properties that have access to a document that already tells them or recommends what they could do for their waterfront. Now, that remains an arrangement between, the property owner and the information provided through the Love Your Lakes program. But I think that work, based on what Mr. Stone was saying, that some of that work's been done. And I think we need to we have an opportunity to collaborate and build on that and just make it better.
Any other comments before we wrap up? Well, I'm not sure if our discussion has helped or hindered or upset or alleviated concerns that the listening public have got, but But I know we've all done a lot of work in preparing for the meeting, and I think that we've sought clarification on a number of issues that will help us in our next meeting. I would just encourage that we try, all of us, to see that we don't leave it too long before we have our next session. Now, I know that said that there are some restrictions associated with what we've asked you to do now. Is it council's desire that you would like to have another special meeting, or shall we try and okay, I'm seeing nods. That's what we'll shoot for. And if you could make every effort to try and make yourselves available on a date. I just don't want us to have to go for another 3-year or 3-month waiting period. Any other comments? I would really like to thank you, gentlemen, for your time today and patience. Now I need to find my original agenda sheet. It seems to be buried in paper. I'm looking for a mover and a seconder for confirming bylaw. Oh, no, sorry. I'm looking for a mover and a seconder to receive the report from JL Richards and Hutchinson Environmental. Councillor Royale and Councillor Shell, thank you.
Sorry about that, Madam Warden. Mr. Ritter, do you have any further comments regarding the resolution today, or just received for information? Thank you. Moved by Councillor Royale, second by Councillor Shell. Be it resolved that Haliburton County Council receives for information the Haliburton Shoreline presentation from Jason Fergan of JL Richards and Brent Parsons of Hutchinson Environmental Limited.
All in favor? Once again, thanks so much, gentlemen, and to you, Andrea, who's in the background listening, I'm sure.
Thank you very much.
Could I have a mover and a seconder for confirming bylaw? Councillors Moffat and Kennedy.
Moved by Councillor Moffat, second by Councillor Kennedy. Be it resolved that bylaw 4085, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the January 17th, 2022 special meeting of Haliburton County Council, be considered to be read a first, second, and third time, and finally passed, and the seal of the corporation be affixed.
All in favor? That's carried. And a mover and a seconder for adjournment. Councillor Kennedy, Councillor Royale. Thank you.
Moved by Councillor Kennedy, second by Councillor Ryle. Be it resolved that the January 17th, 2022 special meeting of Haliburton County Council be adjourned.
All in favor? That's carried. Thanks again, everyone.
Awesome
Well
day,
done.
guys. Stay safe.
Bye.